Hello? 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 I do that. I do that with my mother. Like when I call my mother and she answers, I just go through this rigmarole of just hello? 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 Why is my microphone like it's got like a heart on. It wants to raise up. It's Saturday. It's not Friday. I stream every Friday, but Saturdays no. So what the fuck is happening? What's going on? The world is coming to an end. Why? Why is this? Oh, okay. I think it's down here. There's so many knobs. Knobs. Okay, pull up my little cozy. Look at all of you in the chat. We got Laura, we got Spectral, we got Heretical Response, we got Joanna, we got Nano, we got Cassie, one of our beloved moderators. Let's scroll up. See Tyler. I see somebody named Darla. Hello, welcome. Ren. By the way, we have 2 new emojis for members. Members, if you go to your emoji thing, there's the dunce cap. My personal favorite. And then there's the anti-mint emoji. So enjoy. Enjoy the new emojis. Also, I changed the icon for memberships. It is now the little demon emoji. The custom demon emoji that I promise is not a ripoff of Gengar. The dunce cap is going to be really useful, especially recently. I don't know what it is, but the last video I made on J.K. Rowling, I have had so many weird transphobic people, and this is just unusual for me. Okay, like I'm such a small creator, and I think it maybe comes from Twitter because I've been active on Twitter. I don't know. I really don't know where it's coming from, but it's a little bit unusual. But it doesn't bother me. I delete the very aggressive transphobic comments, but some of them I leave up just because it's amusing at the sheer duncery. Hence the dunce cap. So I think the dunce cap will be very good if we're gonna start getting trolled here. So, which we will. I imagine hopefully that we will become big someday. My hair is fucked up today. Okay, it's Saturday. I just really don't want to do anything with it. Oof, that's bad. It just doesn't know what it wants to do today. It's just a creature on top of my head. I give up. It will do what it shall do. Anyways, if you notice, there's a brand new background. There's a brand new setup. It's because I rearranged my entire fucking room and I flipped my whole desk around. Before, my desk was in this corner and I flipped it all around, and I have my whiteboard behind me so we can actually see it. I mounted it to the wall. I got my disco ball here. Oh, actually, I need to get the disco ball spinning. There we go. So we got the wall here that I can write things on, finally, where you can actually see it. We got the whiteboard. And we got Loppy here. Loppy has a place to stand. I've got a screen here, I've got a screen up here, and I got a screen over here. Before it was kind of spread out horizontally, but I like this. Anyways, as most of you know, today is a continuation of yesterday. This is like, we've never done a Saturday stream, I don't think. Like, this is the first time. So this is very unusual for us to do a Saturday stream, but I've been kind of entertaining the idea of doing Saturday streams on days that the Neogenian Oculus is not streaming. I may just pick up Saturdays. Yeah, I like this. And I like that my bed isn't in the background, so I don't have to, like, make it or, like, clear it off or whatever. I can just, like, throw everything on the bed and leave my bed alone. It does kind of, like, cut my room off in the middle, but I don't really spend time in my room unless I'm sleeping or streaming, so I'm like, does it really matter? Like, I'm not doing aerobics in the middle of my room or anything like that. If anybody in the chat is new, I am Jan Daemon, and I like to stream. Anyways, I'm Jan Daemon, I'm Neogenian, and this is my live stream. I love that disco ball effect. I wish I just had, like, a little machine that kept it rotating, so every once in a while I'm just gonna have to wind it up by hand. So we'll just wait a few minutes for people to get in, and yeah, we'll go from there. I really do like that. It's pretty cozy. Let's see. Snacks. I don't have any snacks with me yet. I guess I could get some chips later. Today I'm drinking. I got lots of soda, but I decided to pick up some Coors Light, so a little bit of beer. A little bit of light beer, nothing crazy. Yeah, I don't make my... And I didn't make my bed for the streams. I took all the bedding and shoved it into my closet. And then I would have to set everything back up again when I went to sleep. And I'm very particular about how I sleep with all the shit around. I love to sleep on my back, but I like to have, like, all the pillows and blankies, like, just, like, kind of... like, almost like a dog bed style, like, where everything is just, like, elevated around me, like my feet, my head, my shoulders, like everything, and then I can just slightly turn my head to the side and like, if it, you know, like the quintessential coffin shape, not like modern where it's like rectangular, but like the old-timey one where it's kind of like got this extra boxy shape, like that shape, like that would be ideal for me to sleep in. Just cover the hair with a hoodie. It's fine. So how is everybody's weekend going? Did everybody sleep well? Yeah, I'll get some good sleepy sleeps. Ugh. Itchy eyes. Oh, I should probably post on Twitter that I'm live. I'm just, like, so brand new to Twitter. It's so interesting. It is just, like, the museum of modern people. It's like, I don't know. It's so weird. A very interesting place. And I noticed some Twitter people are coming over here. I think that's the transphobes in for the J.K. Rowling thing. They're so sensitive about that. I don't know. I think J.K. Rowling is just batshit insane. Like, even if I wasn't trans, I would still think she's batshit insane. And people are just, like, so sensitive about it. They're like, no, she's right. She's right about everything. How dare you? Oh. Like, so sensitive. Anyways, let's see. Share to X. X, Twitter, X. I don't give a shit. Let's go. Let's go. I'll put the tag trans just to make people mad. I don't know. They're just so sensitive. Let's go. Post. All right. Well, if anybody dumb comes into the chat, we all have our dunce cap emojis. Shout out to the dunce cap emoji for members. Dunce cap. Dunce cap. Dunce cap. Dunce cap. Dunce cap. Dunce cap. Okay. Turn that up a little bit. You didn't see that? I told you there's 2 brand new emojis. There's dunce cap, and then there's no mint. Yes, that is a dunce cap. It's my new emoji for situations or people who are being a dunce cap. And there's plenty of that. Not a TP. I don't know. Well, there's already... You're going to call it a tinfoil hat. That would have also been good. Tinfoil hat. But dunce cap, I don't know. It's the most polite way to tell somebody they're being a fucking idiot. You know? It's calling them a dunce cap. It's like my new favorite thing for some reason. Dunce cap. Just calling somebody a straight up dunce cap. That was the epiphany that came to me when we were looking at that interview with Chaya Rychek, that Libs of TikTok lady who failed the mirror test. She is a dunce cap. Well, sometimes we all have dunce moments, okay? All of us have dunce moments, okay? That's natural. That's human. That's healthy. But few people on Earth are the embodiment and full expression of the archetype of a dunce cap. Hey, Philip! Philip's one of our moderators in the house. I have to blow my nose. Ugh. Hey, Philip. We're just going over our brand new emojis. We have dunce cap and anti-mint. Because I don't like mint. Actually, I like the plant mint. And I like mints. But I don't like mint in desserts, okay? I've gone on many of rants about this, about toothpaste flavored desserts. No. Buttermint, no. No. No mint. No fucking mint. No mint allowed. That one's a very niche emoji. And we actually have room to make another emoji. I just don't know what to do. Not even on no! I don't know. I don't want to fucking mint mojito. I never sat down and been like, gee, I would like a mojito. I'm not a cocktail person either. I'm not like sitting down like, give me a dirty Shirley. Like, I'm a cheap beer kind of man. Saturday's my drinking day. And I don't mean as in like I get drunk on Saturdays. I mean like I allow myself shadow drinks on Saturdays. And I typically just buy light beer because what the fuck are you gonna do with that? I can drink fucking like three of these things like in 30 minutes and I wouldn't feel jack shit. Cassie loves mojito. Me and Cassie are so opposite on like, I'm just like, just give me a shot of whiskey and a beer chaser. And Cassie's all about like the very like, I don't know, flamboyant beverages. Do you brush your teeth with coconut and charcoal? Heretical response says, do you brush your teeth with coconut and charcoal? Are you asking me that? Are you asking moi? You talking to me? Do I brush my... No, like I said, I don't dislike mint plants or like mints or like toothpaste. Like, that's fine. I just don't like mint in desserts, like mint chocolate, like mint brownies or like mint ice cream. Like, bleh. Toothpaste and orange juice. Toothpaste and orange juice. Humanity is duncy. There is so much duncery. Is duncery a word? If it's not, it is now. I hereby declare duncery a word. No duncery. Well, should we get started, folks? We got to start our last half of the video. Are we all ready? We ready to roll? Duncecraft. Duncery. Orange. No! Ew, God, those fucking nasty fucking orange chocolate oranges. Fuck that shit. Get that out of my face. No. No chocolate. No mint. Oh my God, Halloween Mom. You gifted 5 fucking memberships? That's amazing. Thank you so much. That's yo. And I got a whiteboard. I can write your name on it. Yo. Look at us. We're all set up now. What do I want? No, I don't want black. I want the fucking purple one. Ah. What do we got? Halloween Mom. Halloween Mom. Did I spell Halloween right? Like, don't even know. We got Halloween Mom there. Fuck yeah. Look at that. We can actually see the whiteboard. Nico Peters, hello. Says scotch is my drink. I like scotch. And Halloween Mom became a member too. Thank you so much. Let's see. Let me like underline maybe. That might be a little too big on the whiteboard. It is a big whiteboard though. My whiteboard is bigger than Morg's. Haha. I got the bigger whiteboard. It's got a little bit more girth to my whiteboard, eh? Yeah, see, I need this. I need a little, like, thing to, like, rotate this. What's the topic today, J.K. Rowling? No. Not JK Rowling. I just happen to be like, ever since I made my video on Wednesday, I just noticed there's just been some weird people like leaving comments, mainly stupid comments, but no, if you want to see me talk about JK Rowling, just go to my last video that I released like on Wednesday stuff, so okay, so let's get started on the finishing Contrapoints video. I'm gonna pee real fast, and then we shall get started, okay? Take 5. Okay. Okay. Hey, Mark! We are just getting started. Let's go. Okay, let me get this set up first. Let's see. YouTube. We gotta get to our video. I believe that was Halloween Mom gifted a bunch of memberships. Halloween Mom, look at the whiteboard. Look at the whiteboard behind me. You can actually read. Sorry, I'm really excited because like I can actually like utilize the whiteboard. I need a garbage can in here. Yo, this setup is more comfy too. I feel like I'm not so like stretched between screens. Hey, MC Heavyset. You love scotch and whiskey? Oof. Okay. Where is my headphones? Welcome all. Welcome new people. Like the live stream if you want. If you don't, I don't give a shit. And let's go. God, my hair is so fucked up today.
Women are not biologically attracted to...
I think I'm going to backtrack a few minutes to the beginning of the chapter. Just to... Oh, jeez. We're like halfway through. No, it's only a few minutes. Okay, so I'm going to backtrack to this chapter. So that'll put us like right in the middle. Does that sound good? Does it? Does it not? I don't care. We're doing it. So we just finished our part about fantasy, and now we're talking about power. Yes, honey. Oh, shit. Fucking shit's getting all caught up in shit. Okay. Back from the lane of cat puke? Yeah. Is the chat not up? Oh my god, the chat hasn't been up this whole fucking time. Why did nobody tell me? All of you have failed. All of you, big fucking L. Nobody told me the chat wasn't up. Really? Nobody? Cassidy wasn't here? Like, what is happening? Like, really? Y'all had to do... Y'all did me dirty. I'm mad at all of you. Duncery. You all get the dunce cap for not reminding me to put up the chat! Can't believe you guys did that to me. I'm kidding. I love you. You all are precious to me, and you can do no wrong. Mark says, seriously, I was just off huffing virtual paint somewhere, and the internet came and found me. I believe you. We were busy admiring my beautiful room. It is beautiful, isn't it? It's very distracting. But now with the chat up, we can actually see how things look. Great. We got the disco ball. We got Loppy, our rational support unicorn. Now we're ready to go. Okay, lock in. We're gonna fucking do this shit. Let's go.
It's fine. A little bit of healthy sadism never hurt anyone.
Of course it didn't.
Part 4. Power. Is it really fine, though? We're not done. We're not even close to done. I'm just getting warmed up. What feels incomplete to me about the it's just fantasy argument is that Twilight is a fantasy, yes, but it's a fantasy that reflects something real about the sexual dynamics between men and women. I mostly agree with Nancy Friday's and Michael Bader's psychological analysis of fantasies, but psychology without material analysis of power fails to explain some important things. This becomes really obvious with sexual fantasies involving racial fetishism. For example, there's a chapter of Nancy Friday's book titled Big Black Men, which is exactly what it sounds like. The fantasies of white women who are turned on by an animalistic stereotype of black men. It's a racial fixation that's very much present as subtext in Twilight.
I leave you alone for 2 minutes, and the wolves descend.
Jacob is indigenous. He transforms into an animal.
And also fucking shirtless all the goddamn time. Bro's a fucking Chippendale.
His last name is literally Black.
We were great spirit warriors that transformed to the powerful wolf.
Oh god, are the werewolves Lamanites? Stephanie, I regret to inform you that the cuck tent is racist. We could try
Mormon
to psychoanalyze all of this, the bigness in question referring not just to anatomy, but to the intensity of desire, the exciting taboo of otherness, animalization as a shame-negating device. And all of that may be true, but aren't these fantasies still a reflection and possibly a reinforcement of unjust political reality?
Maybe.
In his 2016 essay, Decolonizing My Desire, slave play author Jeremy O. Harris describes his experience as a black gay teenager who became erotically fixated on white men, because to him, whiteness represented power and prestige. He concludes that by obsessing over white bodies and white validation, quote, I was failing to exist. I don't see myself as some kind of moral judge of who's allowed to fantasize about what, but I've noticed people are usually way less comfortable with fantasies rooted in racism than they are with fantasies about powerful men dominating submissive women. But is that justifiable? Have men not dominated women throughout history? Stephanie Meyer didn't invent this story about a male predator and his female prey out of thin air. Don't a lot of girls grow up being treated as a kind of sexual prey to male predators? Doesn't that have some kind of influence on the fantasies that women have? And can't fantasy sometimes influence reality? According to criminologist Scott Bond, the behavioral science unit of the FBI has concluded that serial killers program themselves in childhood to be.
See, here's the interesting thing, because on the one hand, you have fantasy that people indulge in that's rather dark and romantic and pretty much toxic, but it doesn't influence them to actually behave that way or to fulfill those fantasies in real life. However, you have this other thing where, diving into fantasies for people such as serial killers, those fantasies get exacerbated and they have to live out those fantasies and satisfy them with what they want to do. So it's like, where's the fine line and what happens where? I think there's a lot of weird gray area that I would like to examine closer and more. Closer and more? Yeah, very intelligent, Jan. All right. Let's go on.
Become murderers through a progressively intensifying loop of fantasy. I can confirm this. My question is, are fantasy power dynamics simply the result of political inequality, or is there something inherently vampiric about sexuality itself? According to Leopold von Sacher-Masoch, the guy who masochism is named after, I wish I could have a perversion named after me. According to
No, seriously. Like 2 people in the world have perversions named after them. It's very interesting. If there's more, I know none about it.
Masoch, in love, one person must be the hammer, the other, the anvil. Is this true? Is sexuality always ruled by hierarchy, split into binary roles? Is there always a hammer and an anvil, a top and a bottom, a dom and a sub, a lover and a beloved, a lion and a lamb?
What a stupid lamb. Sick, masochistic lion.
In heterosexuality, the default assumption is that the man is the lion and the woman is the lamb. But gay people are hardly exempt from aligning with these types of roles, top and bottom. Some people are born straight and others have straightness thrust upon them. Let's call the situation default heterosexual sadomasochism.
Default heterosadomasochism. I'll be right back, hold on. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. All right, let's go.
DHSM. Remember this, because I'm gonna say it a lot. DHSM.
Oh yeah, we were going back on that. So moving forward, we're going to talk about this concept of default heterosexual sadomasochism. So it's this sort of, by popular society, is telling you this is how sexuality is. There is a role of somebody who is dominant and submissive, and that dominant is always masculine and the submissive is always feminism. But this is a very heterosexual binary type of thinking.
DHSM. Remember this, because I'm gonna say it a lot. DHSM. This division of sexuality into bipolar roles. Masculine-feminine, active-passive, subject-object, lover-beloved, giving-receiving, pursuing-pursued, predator-prey, dominant-submissive, possessing-possessed, conquering-surrendering, penetrating-penetrated, voyeuristic-exhibitionistic, sadistic-masochistic. In reality, none of these roles are interchangeable or even necessarily correlated. Being masculine does not imply being a top, and neither imply being dominant. Masculinity is gender expression, top is a sexual position, and dominant is a role in a power dynamic. But in DHSM, these roles are assumed to be bundled together and assumed to belong to the sexuality of men.
Sorry, I'm trying to I feel like this is too...
When I say sadomasochism, I don't just mean the narrow sense of enjoying or inflicting pain, but this whole dynamic of dominance and submission. Male dominance is so much the heterosexual default that female dominance, or femdom, is usually considered a kink. That is, it's considered deviant. DHSM defines heterosexuality as the dominance of women by men. Men who are perceived as submissive to women are sometimes called gay over such emasculating behavior as leaning towards a woman, pleasuring a woman, walking behind a woman, and holding the baby he sired with a woman. DHSM is woven into so much of our language about sexuality. Think about the implications of the term impotence, literally loss of power, implying that phallic sexuality is fundamentally about power. There's a strong association between masculinity and predation. Meat is considered masculine. A feminine man is called a soy boy.
That's so weird. Isn't that weird? Like, why? Why does it have to be like that? Are there no dominant women and submissive men? Like, and when that happens, why is it so frowned upon, and why is it like a strange and obscure? Like, why do people never think about it? Why is it just like the default? Like, interesting thoughts. Why is there a dog barking outside? My God, it does not shut up.
Edward Cullen is a vegetarian vampire. He's vegetarian because without a guilty conscience, he would be incapable of love. But it's important that he be a vampire, because his bloodlust gives him his dangerous virile edge. I want my man to be a predator, not a cow, a lion, says a woman on Tinder who has traumatic experiences with vegans. Don't we all? Supposedly, men hunt while women gather. But in DHSM, women become the meat.
Just looks at you like you're something to eat.
In The Sexual Politics of Meat, vegan feminist Carol J. Adams argues for the interrelation of the oppression of women and the slaughter of animals. She wants to abolish both forms of cruelty from human life. God, you can't slaughter animals or objectify women? Well, what are men supposed to do for fun now?
Know,
women's bodies are discussed as flesh to be consumed, castles under siege, temples to be profaned. Her freshness seal is broken. She becomes used goods. Smut made for men tends to involve degrading women. Likewise, erotic media for women tends to involve themes of submission and surrender.
Both are sort of plays on power, and both are kind of paralleled, but they're not exactly the same. Because in this instance, in this concept, men want to defile women and women want to be ravished, but ravishment is not the same as defilement, right? Like, that's where I feel like the miscommunication is happening between the two concepts of sexuality and sexual desire. Which is good. I mean, these are the experiences we have in the Holos. The Holos is what we call this physical reality that we're living in, which is, you know, seemingly material. These are the sort of subjective experiences we have, but these subjective experiences sort of have like a map of archetype to it. It's not always set in stone, but there's a seed of archetype to everything that is inherent in all human subconscious to some degree, collectively.
Feminine masochism pervades culture. Lana Del Rey says, "He hit me and it felt like a kiss. He hurt me, but it felt like true love." Sylvia Plath says, "Every woman adores a fascist." From an egalitarian feminist perspective,
I guess
it's troubling, concerning, that not just in fantasy but in reality, sadomasochism often reflects the social, political, and sexual domination of women by men. Historically, psychoanalysis considered
there's a lot of correlation between the popular idea of like sexuality with men being dominant, women being submissive, and it holds a strong parallel to like political things like patriarchy and stuff like that, and just social positions of women.
default heterosexual sadomasochism the result of biological predisposition. Freud says, the sexuality of most male human beings contains an element of aggressiveness, a desire to subjugate.
Fatty, chill.
Freud's colleague Helena Deutsch argued likewise that, quote,
I don't really care for Freud. I'm gonna say it. Like, I just don't. I mean, like, he's got some good things, but, like, for the most part, his whole in-depth thing where, like, the seed of people's misery is, like, for men, it's, like being separated from their mothers, and for women, it's being separated from their fathers. I'm just, like, I have so many reservations about that. Laura says, good for you, Jan. I don't like Freud at all. I like some things. I mean, he did some pretty good foundational work, but, like, for the most part, he's not exactly my favorite. I think he's just kind of weird. I think he's odd. I think he's really odd. And I know weird's a good thing, you know, like in art, like, we like being weird, you know, but, like, it's just, like, not the kind of weird I like, you know?
masochism is part of the woman's anatomical destiny. She thought that female masochism results from the inherent pain of women's reproductive role, defloration, menstruation, and childbirth. It's really just a secular version of the biblical view that women's destiny is pain and submission. In sorrow thou shalt bring forth.
Did the actress that played Bella, I forget her name, did she actually, like, lose a fuck ton of weight for that role? Because she looks so gaunt. Or was that, like, something they like edited in? I don't know. That would be weird to have to, like, lose so much weight for a role. But then again, Christian Bale did it, so what the fuck ever. Mark says Sylvia Plath also died with her head in the oven. Maybe women who don't adore fascists are less inclined to that. Yeah. Laura says that Freud was way too fixated on mother-son archetypes and everything being phallic. Yeah, it felt very limited to me. It felt like he took, like, an overly simplistic thing and just kind of, like, washed it over. Like, people, they're like, yes, this is what works. I'm just gonna plug this in everywhere and it makes sense. It's like, does it though? Because not all people's, like, not the depth of people's psyche doesn't always have to relate to their parents, right? It doesn't always start with that. Yes, it's a big influence in people's life, obviously, the way you were raised, but, like, not everybody has that thing. And especially if you didn't, like, what if you didn't grow up with parents, you know? You didn't really have a mother figure or a father figure, like, I don't know. I guess it's really getting into, like, you'd have to, like, take Freudian philosophy or psychology and just, like, we'd have to sit here and dish it out, applying it to, like, specific situations. But obviously we can't sit here and do that because we would be here for fucking all of our lives. But something about it just seemed really applicable to all things. I can't quite put a finger on it, but I don't really care for Freud. I do appreciate his foundational work, though. Chip Chip Cheerio. He was really obsessed with dicks, though. I don't know. Are we sure he wasn't gay? Anyways.
Children, and thy desire shall be to thy husband, and he shall rule over thee. A lot of 20th century feminist theory was devoted to arguing against this idea of anatomical destiny. Feminists have tended to argue that male sadism and female masochism are purely the result of patriarchy, of male social dominance.
I love how concepts of what is man and what is woman were already being challenged by cis men and cis women from the get-go, you know? It's really interesting how it's all kind of, like, been socially constructed.
The idea is that women learn to desire submission from their inferior social position, and men learn to desire dominating and degrading women from their superior position. In the 1980s, a common radical feminist view was that male and female are not natural categories at all, but that they're constructed through violence and exploitation, analogous to bourgeoisie and proletariat. Radical feminist
Yeah. I mean, when you really like read into history in the way the terms woman came about, you find it's not really based in much but social status. So it really starts to fall apart in that point of view. What in the dust falling from the ceiling? Ugh.
McKinnon says, male and female are created through the erotization of dominance and submission. Man f***s woman. Subject, verb, object. Andrea Dworkin says, men are distinguished from women by their commitment to do violence rather than to be victimized by it. Notice how at odds this is with J.K. Rowling's formulation, sex is real, which some radical feminists would once have considered the constitutive statement of sexism.
That's what weirds me out about feminists that don't like to include trans women, is they start to like take points that original feminists were fighting so hard against, like conceptualizations of like what woman is, and trying to define and narrow it down to like specific behaviors that they should be behaving like. But it's like, it's so odd like how there was that already that critical sort of view of that, but then now it's like some of these feminists are going back on that, kind of going backwards in that sense. They are going down the fear-mongering pipeline. It's all about fear, really. They're afraid to be replaced for some reason. I don't know why. They're not going anywhere. Cis women aren't going anywhere, so I don't know why they're so fucking uptight.
There's been a return to anatomical destiny lately in the form of TERFism, that is, post-feminist conservative bigotry against trans people. Rowling's transphobic arguments often hinge on an assumption that males are natural predators and females are natural prey.
Yo, J.K. Rowling is so into that. Like, that is like her fucking true blue die-hard belief that to some degree men are predatorial and women are easily or are just susceptible to them. So in her mind, she doesn't see trans women as women. She sees them as men, and they're just doing that as a way to gain access to abuse women. And it's like, what? And she's so sure of herself. Like if you want to see my video I posted on Wednesday, she's lost her mind. She's been completely brainwashed, and she's just weird and sad and very self-righteous too. She's very fucking self-righteous. Like, she's got that air about her, like her head's just like slightly tilted up, like she's gonna fucking scrape her chin on the ceiling, I swear to God. Thank you, Laura. Yeah, that video from Wednesday, I don't know why like some weird transphobic people have just been like coming in and like they take like the quintessential transphobic comments and they like just kind of like throw it at me and see like what sticks, but like none of it sticks because I'm not a chronically online person, so I don't. Also, I'm Neogenian first and foremost, and it's really hard to insult me when it's like I know who I am. You know what I mean? That's one superpower that us Neogenians have, is like when you really get into it and you really understand who the fuck you are, it's really hard to be insulted by other people. In fact, it's more of like a pity thing. Like, I pity them. Like, they're so trapped in their reality tunnel, and they're so trapped in this point of view of life. Like, they literally can't see around it, and they just don't know any better, you know? So it's just kind of like, so like when they throw these like quintessential transphobic comments at me that like they do on other people on like Twitter, like these Twitter people, like they think, you know, because they probably got success in triggering somebody before or making somebody like mad or irritated. But like for me, it's just like, it just falls off, and I'm just like kind of like ruffling the top of their head, like their hair, just like, ah, cute little kiddo, cute little guy. All right, you go on and play now. All right, stay out of trouble now. You hear? You know, just so funny. They're also, I noticed they're just kids. I'm old. Like, I'm in my mid-30s. People think I'm younger, but no, I'm fucking old as balls. I've been around, alright? It ain't my first rodeo. Heretical response says, since I have become Neogenian, insults don't hurt me. I used to care way too much about what others says. Well, exactly. Know thyself. Neogenian philosophy is really big into like knowing who the fuck you are. Knowing that you're not limited to this character that you play in reality, but that you are a very infinite being, right? Like you are a soul, you are a zeta. Energy is not created, it cannot be created, and it can't be destroyed. It only transitions from one form to another. So you can't cease to exist, all right? You can't cease to exist. When you die, you're not going to like cease to exist. You're always going to live. You're going to live forever in some capacity. So when it comes to this lifetime and the character you play, I mean, yeah, play your character. I mean, that's the point. That's how you interact in the world. You have to interact. But when you understand that fundamental Neogenian principle of who the fuck you really are deep down inside, that you are an infinite being, things like these insults and stuff, like, it's just very secondary, and it doesn't have to hurt you. It doesn't mean it isn't upsetting sometimes. Like, I get upset. I'm not in the mood. Sometimes I'm not in the mood, and it does upset me. But for the most part, I just, I remember who I am first and foremost, which is Neogenian. Yeah, I am trans and non-binary and all that jazz, but first, I'm Neogenian. And that's why I'm interested in this stuff, like why we're watching this video, because this is very in-depth, like, psychology into, like, the human psyche, right? Beautiful.
Or as alien sex inspector Maya Forstater puts it, in the context of prisons, it is a hole that matters. Women have a hole which men want to penetrate. Bluntly, the reason we have men in women's prisons is to keep the men away from the holes. This is
The reason we have men and women's prisons is to keep men away from the holes. So women are just holes? What the fuck? That's degrading. How weird to be a feminist like that and degrade your own kind as mere holes. Just to demonize men. Because you hate men. Why don't they just come out and say they hate men?
is anatomical destiny at the kindergarten level. Woman equals whole, man equals pole. Therefore, man equals predator, woman equals prey.
I like the pole and the hole.
TERFs think the Omega-verse is real, that men are anatomical alphas and women are anatomical omegas. Stephanie Meyer takes a more gender-fluid view. In the introduction to Femdom Twilight, Life and Death, Stephanie says, "I've always maintained that it would have made no difference if the human were male and the vampire female. It's still the same story. And are there not male masochists and female sadists? Masochism is named after a man who once said, 'Nothing kindles my passion quite so much as tyranny, cruelty, and above all unfaithfulness in a beautiful woman. Send him to the cuck tent. Send him to the tent of cuckoldry.
Send him to the tent of cuckoldry.
There is an anatomical disposition of men to sadism and women to masochism. Disposition is not destiny. Both men and women are anatomically capable of being the hammer or the anvil, the predator or the prey. So I think that feminists are mostly correct to point to the history of male social dominance as the reason for default gendered roles. Until the Married Women's Property Act of 1870, English women were subject to a system called coverture, meaning that when a woman married, her entire legal existence was subsumed under that of her husband, and she effectively lost the right to own property or make contracts. In the US, it was only as recently as 1974 that women won the right to open independent bank accounts. The same year they started having sexual fantasies. Amazing.
Wow.
So historically, the erotic and economic fates of women have been fused. It's the key to historical romance novels like Pride and Prejudice, where the tension is between Elizabeth's desire for a marriage of love and her economic need for a marriage of security. Incels incels like to complain about female hypergamy, and Mr. Bennett sits around making sarcastic quips about it. That's right, we're coming from Mr. Bennett in this video. Nothing is sacred. But women's preference for wealthy, powerful partners is the result of gender roles that make women dependent and subservient. Women are not biologically attracted to providers. Elizabeth and then Lydia are initially attracted to Wickham, even though he has no money. In Titanic, upper-class Rose is attracted to working-class Leo. In Wuthering Heights, Catherine is attracted to feral dog boy Heathcliff. And in Twilight, Bella is attracted to feral dog boy Jacob. Women are attracted to disempowered and impoverished men all the time. But because of their social and economic dependence, for most of history, a story about a woman who loves a lower-class man is not a romance. It's a tragedy. Catherine says, it would degrade me to marry Heathcliff. If the boy is poor, there's no room on the door. So I'm prepared to believe that most of DHSM is the result of class struggle and not of genital anatomy. But either
Interesting. Too hard is the hetero norm trying to correlate dominance and submissiveness with biological factors. But yet when we examine these, that theory fails. It flops. It falls through. It has no ground. So what is dominance and submissiveness? What is that? What is sadism and masochism in the sense where it's no longer applied strictly between man and woman?
Either way, how do we explain male masochists? How do we explain gay or lesbian people who practice BDSM?
Right?
Or who identify as tops or bottoms? Why does there need to be a hammer or an anvil at all? Do we need sexual hierarchy?
I am such an anvil. I am such a fucking anvil. Proud too.
Can't we just have a sexuality based on gentleness and equality and humane democratic values?
No, because that would be fucking boring. Okay? As as much as like you think things should be utopian in sexuality, there's ultimately going to be this weird power play into it, and it's just for some reason natural. But it's not applicable just to like men being powerful and women being submissive. It's like it changes up, it switches around, it becomes not a spectrum, but you know, more of a gray area. It's not so binary in that sense. I know people hate the word binary, but it is an appropriate word to describe some things.
Well, that is exactly the question that divided feminists in the 1980s, a conflict known as the feminist sex wars. And I'm bringing it back.
Whoa.
Let's have a feminist sex war.
Yeah!
So look, I'm now going to try to fairly present the arguments of sex-negative radical feminism, which, fair warning, can be difficult to hear, because they're kind of saying that your most intimate desires in relationships are founded on violence and injustice. And I'm trans, so I'm used to constantly having to defend my sexuality, but straight people, this might be new to you. So
I don't feel like I've ever been in the position to defend my sexuality. You know what's so weird? Is I've been saying I'm pansexual since I was like fucking like 16, 17. Before I came to the conclusion I was pansexual, I was saying I was bisexual. But then I started realizing that I liked such a multitude of people, not just cis men and cis women. So I'm like, oh, I'm pansexual. And then I just kind of like tucked that away in my head and moved on with my life. And it's literally just been in the last year or two where I'm discovering that there's this whole motion of people who don't think pansexuals exist. And I was just like, and I had to like look into that for a minute. I'm like, why? Like, what do you mean? And I realized that it correlates with people who disagree that there are more than two genders. These are people that think there's only two genders. Therefore, you can either like one or the other. Therefore, you're not pansexual, you're bisexual. And I just found that so weird. because I have not been involved in that conversation. Like I said, I'm like, I've been pansexual since I was like 17, 16, 17, and since then I'm just like, I haven't thought about it. I haven't felt the need to explain it to anybody or like defend it. And then now I'm just discovering, I guess there's been people who've been saying that it's not real this whole time, and I'm like, I don't care. Like, it's kind of like looking at an art piece. You're like looking at a painting. You're just like, interesting. Anyways, like, yeah, I am pansexual. I really don't care if people don't think it exists, or if they think I'm bisexual. And I determined I was pansexual before I even was aware that non-binary was a thing or even existed. I just I started applying it because I'm like, oh, I like very womanly women, or very feminine women. I like very manly men, but then I'm like, I also like very effeminate men, and I like very sort of masculine women. And then I'm like, I could go for, now at the time I didn't know any better, so we're talking like years ago when I was like 15, 16. At the time, in my head I was like, oh, I could go for like a tranny or something. That's the only word I knew for anything at that time. But now, like, I understand what I was really feeling was that I could be attracted to any spectrum of gender. So that's where I'm at now. But like, but I didn't have those words when I figured out I was pansexual. I didn't have concepts of non-binary, this, that, or the other. I was just like, I like any human. I don't care what the fuck they are. So that's just always been me. I am as pansexual as can be, even before the whole popular online thing.
That.
Heretical response says, I'm an equal opportunity type of lover. Me too. Nibru says, I'm more pan than Peter. Halloween Mom is pan. Yeah, I'm pan. I like anything. Yo, you got, are you in a human body? If you're in a human body, like, I'm down. Let's go. And my thing with sex is, if it feels good, let's do it. And if it doesn't feel good, then I'm going to stop. Like, that's my thing with sex. Like, I don't really think too much about it. Do 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 boo boo. Strap in. Let's strap in. Strap on and strap in.
Strap in.
You should put your seatbelt on.
You should put your seatbelt on.
Sex-negative feminism is a backlash against the sexual revolution of the 60s and 70s. The general idea of the sexual revolution was that sexuality should be liberated from marriage, from the state, from religion, and from the imperative to procreate. The radical feminist objection to it was basically that, in practice, the sexual revolution was only a liberation of men's desire to dominate women. Radical feminist Andrea Dworkin says, quote, freedom, that hallowed word, is valued only when used in reference to male desire. For women, freedom means only that men are free to use them. Sexual libertarians sometimes imply that sexual repression is inherently bad, but many women experience violence at the hands of men whose sexuality is not repressed enough. To those women, freedom of sexuality may seem less important than freedom from sexuality. Sometimes, sexual repression is good. Freedom for the lion is not freedom for the lamb. The question is it possible to liberate sex without liberating violence? And for sex-negative feminists, the answer is basically no.
Oh, okay.
As they see it, we have to choose between sexuality and women's rights, and we should choose women's rights. This is a tough sell for most.
But isn't women's sexuality intertwined heavily with the fight for women's rights? That I haven't read any radical feminist books, so I don't. Not just radical feminist, but like anti-sex feminist. I've never read those books. I don't know. Maybe they're asexual and they just don't know it, and they expect other women to be asexual. That's probably what's going on. It's probably just some like asexual feminist. Nothing wrong with the asexuals. Shout out to the asexuals. We love you. Good cuddlers. But
but okay. Let's hear it out. The final boss of sex-negative feminism is former academic Sheila Jeffreys. Quote, "The demolition of heterosexual desire is a necessary step on the route to women's liberation."
Wait a minute. Yo, I'm all about breaking down hetero norms, right? That apply to everybody. However, heterosexuality is hot and I'm here to defend it, okay? Heterosex is hot, all right?
Good luck with that. Now, I love Sheila Jeffreys. I think she's hilarious, but I'm an intellectual masochist. I get off on bad ideas.
My tastes are very singular.
These days, Sheila Jeffreys blends in as just another generic English transphobe. These people are a dime a dozen.
The problem is that men doing woman face are insulting to women when they're just walking down the street or sitting in a cafe. Activities for which they need an
woman face? Is that what she's calling it? Men doing woman face? That's not what that is. I love in the mind of these people, they're like, there's just a bunch of guys sitting around going, you know what? I just want to look like a woman. It's like, why? Just because I just want to be in women's spaces. Like, that's what they literally think. Just, what the fuck is going on in the heads of these people? That's such a weird thought to think. That you think like guys are out there just like getting bored with themselves in their lives and they're like, you know what I want to do? I want to infringe upon the whole trope of women. Like, get out of town, ladies.
unwilling audience of women in order to get sexual excitement.
She goes on podcasts and talks about how trans women are perverted fetishists, parasitically...
Wait a minute. So the only reason men put on woman face is for sexual excitement? Like, no, that's not what trans women are. Being a trans woman, coming out as a trans woman is not about sexual thrills. That's just so... what? How? Explain. I want more details. They just say that shit. Like, they just, like, throw that out there, but it's like, where? Give me examples. Like, what do you mean? Like, who did what, where, and for why? Like, it's just otherwise it's just a speculative generalization.
Occupying female bodies, which, yeah, that is now the mainstream conservative view, so thank you for that, Sheila. Sheila Jeffreys actually pioneered a lot of these transphobic arguments. She walked so that J.K. Rowling could run. Give the devil her due. Sheila's 2020 autobiography is titled Trigger Warning, which should give you some idea of where she's...
Oh no! God, that's so cringe. Trigger warning? Like, what in the... God, I love it when these people try to take, like, words or terms that they think is, like, super popular and, like, cool, that'll make them look cool, but, like, really, it's like, no, that's not how that works. Does, like... I have so many thoughts about the anti-trans versus trans, like, cultures, like the culture versus the anti-culture on the internet specifically, because I'm like, I feel like it's a whole different world than, like, everyday people in real life, you know? Like, nobody, like, people in everyday, like, life, they don't care, they don't think about trigger warnings and stuff. It's like only old boomers on Facebook and like chronically online young people.
Stands in the current culture war, like a hack comedian who hasn't been funny in 30 years. I guess even lesbians aren't immune to boomer brainworms. Sad. But back in the 80s and 90s, Sheila was actually saying some genuinely subversive things. Not good things, but subversive. That quote about demolishing heterosexual desire is from her 1990 book Anti-Climax, a feminist perspective on the sexual revolution, which is an amazingly bad book on sex and gender, not just because of the transphobia, not just because of bizarre claims like that women today are required to wear mandatory slut pumps at the office, but also because
I would like the mandatory slut pumps, okay? Even as a trans mask, I love being masculine. I still want the mandatory slut pumps. Thank you. I will take those. Size 8.5. Actually a 9 in pumps. I'm an 8.5 in regular shoe. I'm a size 9 in high heels.
Because of the absurdly bold stance she takes on abolishing heterosexuality.
Seriously, slut pumps? That sounds so fucking base. Like, I love that. I want slut pumps. I want like 10 pairs of slut pumps in every fucking color of the rainbow.
Which I realize may sound based, as the kids say.
I'm down with the kids.
I was just thinking about that. When I said the word based, I'm like, I don't really use that, but I'm just going to use it because I learned it recently. Oh, God. Mark says, should be a brand, right? Slut pumps? It probably is. Huh? Oh, shit. No, please, no allergies. Heretical Response says, Jan, I'll send you some red slut pumps. I don't have a setup like a mailbox for people to send me stuff, but like when I do, yeah, totally. I'll take some slut pumps. Through and through, true and blue. Slut pumps. Are they like the skinny, like, because I like the stiletto heels. I don't know. I'm really like retro. Like, I really like 1980s style, like stiletto heel and like pointy toe. We walk in stilettos, ho. Is that how the song goes? No, don't. Oh, God. Anyways, I feel like I'm going to sneeze again. Don't. Pointy toe all the way. I love that. I love that quintessential, like, 1980s pointed, like, stiletto heel pump. Like, let me look it up. Let's see, like, 1980s pumps. Yes, like this. Like the fucking, like the Barbie styled. This is just like a random store. But like, how did I get there? Okay. Like this. Like, I love like pink heels or like red. I love that, like, Barbie fucking look. It's beautiful. Any color, really. Oh, no, other colors work. Velvet, whatever. It won't show it in red? Oh, there's red. Yeah, beautiful. I love that classic style. That's, like, my favorite style of high heel. And seeing that style of heel on, like, other other women is just, like... So sexy. So fucking sexy. And on men too. Men or women. I'll take it on that either. Non-binary people. Whatever. On anyone. I think it makes anyone fucking sexy. But I do love it on women. Like... I do love it on women.
But it is in fact cringe. This book is bad, but it's bad in a way that is legitimately fascinating, in a way that we can all learn from. So according to Sheila, the end goal of feminism...
That's how I feel about being brand new to Twitter and having these weird Twitter people come over and like throw these like quintessential like transphobic like talking points at me. I'm just like, it's so bad, it's fascinating. I'm just like, it's like, I don't want to engage, but at the same time I do, because I just like, I want to explore more about how insane you are.
Is, quote, the destruction of heterosexuality as a system. She was influenced by radfemme Jill Johnson, who in 1973 said, feminism at heart is a massive complaint. Lesbianism is the solution. And
yes! You know what? I will be down for that. In an ironic way. I'm down for lesbianism being the solution. I'm down for lesbianism being the solution to the entire world's problems. That might actually solve shit. It really might. It really fucking might. It might just be the key to a new world. It might be a key to shift the paradigm here. Just saying. There's some logic there, I swear. Without all the other stuff. But this is interesting. This is funny. Somebody actually seriously wrote that in order for women to be truly, like, liberated, they need to, like, go to lesbianism. Damn. Forced lesbianism. At least that's refreshing, right?
Until all women are lesbians, there will be no true political revolution. These people were dead serious. This is not a bit. In 1979, Sheila Jeffreys co-authored with the Leeds revolutionary feminist group a paper titled Political Lesbianism: The Case Against Heterosexuality. If I try to summarize it, you'll think that I'm drawing a caricature, so I'm just going to read you some direct quotes, and I encourage you to go read it yourself to verify that I'm not taking things out of context. Quote, serious feminists have no choice but to abandon heterosexuality.
Wow.
Men are the enemy.
Straight up. No men. No men at all. That's entertaining. I'm entertained. Go on.
Sexual women are collaborators with the enemy. Attached to all forms of sexual behavior are meanings of dominance and submission.
Wait, hold on. I gotta back that up a bit.
I'm just going to read you some direct quotes, and I encourage you to go read it yourself to verify that I'm not taking things out of context. Quote,
Macrimonious is like, I'll take the men. Mac's like, more men for me then.
serious feminists have no choice but to abandon heterosexuality. Men are the enemy. Heterosexual women are collaborators with the enemy. Attached to all forms of sexual behavior are meanings of dominance and submission, power and powerlessness, conquest and humiliation. Any woman who takes part in a heterosexual couple helps to shore up male supremacy by making its foundations stronger. So, how do you think this paper was received by the women's liberation movement? You probably won't be surprised to hear that it was not hugely popular.
Well, no
when Sheila presented
shit.
these arguments on a panel,
No shit, because at the end of the day, some of these ladies still want to get dicked. And I mean that in a very respectful way where, yeah, they still have the sexual desire for dick. They're not just going to choose to be lesbians for the sake of, like, liberation. And I think that's what makes it so hard for women to be feminists, because it's like, on the one hand, they're stuck with this conceptual, like, they're stuck with wanting dick, but not wanting to be ruled by dick. Right? That's pretty much the message. Like, I like dick, I just don't want to be ruled by dick. Mark says this is a strain of radical feminism and joins conventional thinkers on the right in assuming orientation is a choice instead of a discovery. Right. It still supports the idea that sexuality is a choice, even though it's like, choose to be a lesbian. I don't know about that, Brent. I think there's some gray area there, but I get what you mean. Anyways.
panel, the socialist feminist Lynn Siegel said the speech made her feel as if she had been shot. Sheila says, at the time, we were not able to understand why the paper had provoked such a virulent attack. I can't imagine why feminists would be so hostile to me simply pointing out that all women in relationships with men are counter-revolutionary traitors. One hears such arguments, and what can one say but Sheila Jeffries. As Jack Halberstam said, if Sheila Jeffries didn't exist, Camille Paglia would have had to invent her. I promise it's funny if you know who these people are. Please clap. I mean, it's one thing to seek community with other women who renounce relationships with men and are therefore excluded from the vicarious power that comes with that. Every marginalized community has a separatist fringe, which can be a valid choice, but where things get cuckoo bananas is when you insist that all feminists must renounce relationships with men. Because, I'm sorry to say, but that will literally never happen. And this kind of thing only divides the left when we should be united against the real enemy, the Vashite counter-revolutionaries.
Right? Fuck that guy.
But there's an abstract kind of logic to Sheila's argument. You could put it like this. Premise 1. Power imbalances in sexual relationships are oppressive. Premise 2. Under patriarchy, men as a class have power over women. Therefore, any sexual relationship between a man and a woman involves a power imbalance. Therefore, all heterosexual relationships are oppressive.
That's too woke for me. That's too far. That's too much.
Therefore, men are the enemy, and women who date them are gender traitors. Is this argument wrong? Why is it wrong? Well, it's wrong because libido laughs in the face of reason.
Yes! Thank you. That hits the nail on the fucking head all the time. It doesn't matter if you think there's some political applications to sexuality. Ultimately, libido will laugh in the face of reason. It will. It doesn't matter about these dynamics between power and submission, dominance and submission, men, women, this, that, or the other. Even if you're a queer couple, like, it's always about libido and like what you want to satisfy at that moment. And it laughs in the face of reason. It doesn't make any sense. It is pure shadow. It's shadow expression. And shadow expression is wonderful as long as you do it in a healthy and safe way. But it's not meant to have this structured reason applied to it. It's not a problem that's meant to be solved. It's something that's meant to just be embellished, evolved, constantly changing as humanity does. Hi, Susan. Oh. Susan's been so busy. And then we haven't been able to do any calculus this week. And I'm just so sad. No calculus. But I know you're busy, so I hope you get your shit done. Anyways, moving on. Libido laughs in the face of reason. Honestly, you could just say that, and that'd be good. Because of your computer woes. I hope you get your computer fixed soon. An Imaginista! Hey, Elise! We got two lovely moderators in the house. We got some moderators in here. Anyways, let's continue.
You can't just reason people into being LGBT, Sheila. I've tried.
You can't. Yeah, Sheila, like, her thing is like any sexual relationship with a man, in her mind as a radical feminist, like any woman who has a sexual relationship with a man is a traitor to feminism as a whole, because you're pretty much fraternizing with the enemy. So the only way for women to get true liberation in this lady's mind is for women to literally choose to be lesbians. That's her reasoning and rationale. And it's like, you can't reason people to be gay. You can't. I mean, that would be lovely, but you can't. You can't reason. And on top of that, you can't reason people to be trans either. You can't force people to choose to be gay, and you can't force people to choose to be trans. You're either gay or trans or you're not. Hello? Is anybody getting that?
A lifestyle choice, Bella. I was born this way, I can't help it.
So in anticlimax, Sheila makes an interesting shift. She still advocates abolishing heterosexuality, but she redefines heterosexuality as sexual desire that eroticizes power difference. The reason for the redefinition seems to be that instead of feuding with heterosexual feminists, Sheila is now feuding with lesbian sadomasochists, whom she argues are in fact heterosexual because they eroticize power.
What? So in this lady's mind, if there's a lesbian couple and like one of them likes to be more masculine and one of them likes to be more feminine, in this lady's mind, they're a heterosexual couple because they're eroticizing power dynamics. And that's what makes heterosexuality. That's weird. In my mind, heterosexuality is just when you're like men liking women and women liking men, like the end. Not really to do with power, because the power can be very interchangeable. The power dynamics can be very interchangeable. You could have a very submissive man and a dominant woman. So, but even then, you can have a heterosexual couple that isn't really into any power play. They just express their love. Like, perhaps there's a degree of like a giver and a receiver, but that can be interchangeable, like moment to moment. So it doesn't really make any sense to me to say that a lesbian couple where one is more masculine and one is more feminine, technically they're a heterosexual couple in your mind. That's weird. That's fucked up.
And eroticizing power includes anything from top-bottom dynamics, to kink, to interracial relationships, to good old-fashioned penetration.
Oh, really? So just penetration? So even if
gay men who have penetrative sex are in fact heterosexual.
Really? 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 So any penetration at all is considered heterosexual. What in the fucking hell am I in right now?
Because they uphold the oppressive power of the phallus that subjugates women. Gay women who identify as butch or femme, they're heterosexual because they're role-playing the oppressive dynamics of heterosexuality. The only true homosexuals, according to Sheila Jeffreys, are couples who eroticize equality. So what does that mean? It means no penetration, no tops or bottoms, no kinky fuckery, and no gender expression.
Well, that's boring. That sounds boring as fuck.
Apart from the androgynous Spock core aesthetic Sheila Jeffreys was rocking. So what is left of sex when you only eroticize equality? Well, egalitarian sex turns out to be two ideally non-transsexual women who are the same age, race, and class, with the same androgynous haircut, lying side by side, no one on top or bottom, just gently, non-aggressively whispering sweet words of consciousness raising to each other throughout the night.
Jesus. Fuck me. You gotta be kidding me. So Mark says, so she's an asexual lesbian. That is the only thing that's holy. Pretty much, yeah. This I almost want to read the book just for entertainment because it just sounds like nuts. So you're just like a very androgynous looking woman who doesn't really, have sex and is asexual. Okay.
Join the revolution, the tender, loving twincest revolution. You're probably getting very irritated listening to this. I am also irritated, but I want to be very clear about why I'm irritated. I have no problem at all with Sheila Jeffreys defining sex as whatever it means to her. A courtesy she's never extended to anyone else in her entire life, but we should extend it to her on principle. If sex for you means tender consciousness raising sessions between the sheets with your androgynous gal pals, by all means continue.
Yeah,
we should also acknowledge that
it.
egalitarian sex is genuinely marginalized. There are ways of having sex, like, you know, where both participants are equally active and there's no clear dichotomy of giver and receiver.
Yeah. Hello. Scissoring. That's a very mutual sort of nobody's really receiving, nobody's really giving. It's pretty, you know, pretty straightforward that way.
Mainstream straight and gay culture dismisses egalitarian or non-penetrative sex as immature, as not real sex, as not
gay men can do it too. They call it frauding.
Going all the way. Gay dating app Grindr only added side as a selectable position in 2022. The unthinkability of egalitarian sex to many people shows how deep DHSM goes. So Sheila Jeffreys is correct to defend the legitimacy of egalitarian sex against DHSM. But again, the problem is when you declare that your version of egalitarian sex is the only legitimate one, and that everyone else is upholding the oppressive system. I find this to be a deeply lazy, incurious, and unempathetic way of thinking. It's unpsychological, this attitude of total indifference to what's going on in other people's minds. Why is Sheila like this?
Yeah, the attitude of indifference to what's going on in other people's minds, I think is a very large problem of the world today, and people understanding other groups, even like people understanding like minorities, stuff like that. It's just like people don't really think psychologically at all. They think very like literally. So when they see somebody else with like different views and different feelings and different like experiences of the world, it doesn't really register to them because they're thinking about like how they would react in the situation. They're not thinking psychologically how somebody else might react to that situation.
I think it's because she feels that she used to be a heterosexual until the age of 28 when she made a rational, conscious choice to become an egalitarian, androgynous, trans-exclusionary, non-sadomasochistic lesbian. And she thinks that every other woman can and should make that choice. She says in Trigger Warning, quote, "In the late 1970s, I rejected heterosexuality and chose to become a lesbian."
Oh my god. Really? Nobody does that. She didn't choose to become a lesbian. She found out she's a lesbian. She didn't just choose to reject it. She found out. She's like, oh, no, like, it's not a choice. It's a realization.
Lynn Alderson explained to me in patient detail the reasons to become a lesbian. She describes how one evening she was with her boyfriend and his guy friend watching a TV drama in which a schoolboy put his hand up a teacher's skirt. Quote, "I looked at the two young men beside me, neither of whom looked particularly affected, and then I had an epiphany. I could not see the point of spending time in the company of those who were members of the oppressor class. I chose, from that day to the present, to have only women in my personal and emotional life. I was suddenly open to the feelings I was increasingly having towards other women. Not necessarily sexual, but profoundly emotional feelings." So this is the story of how Sheila Jeffreys quit heterosexuality, and so can you. And again, I'm not saying that Sheila Jeffreys isn't valid or that she's not a real lesbian. No, we're not doing that. Her experience is valid for whatever that's worth.
I mean, yeah, like, I guess, but it's odd.
but it isn't typical.
Yeah,
Most people do
it's
not
odd.
experience their sexual orientation as the result of a rational process.
No, thank you. It's not it's not a rational process. People aren't sitting there and thinking like, you know what? I'm bored. I don't like the way I am. I'm going to choose to be something else just for fun, just because I want attention. Like, no, but people don't do that. It is an irrational process, but in the sense that it's subjective. Like, I'm having this subjective experience where this is not lining up like society is saying it should be lining up. It's not like sitting down and being like, you know what? I'm just going to choose to do this. I'm feeling saucy. I'm just going to mix it up, all right? We're not all Ollie London.
Of consciously deciding the correct course of action after considering the advice of trusted colleagues. Many heterosexual women totally agree with Sheila Jeffries that #men are trash, and they love to say, I wish I were a lesbian, and talk about how gross and cringe heterosexuality is, and yet they continue being straight because libido does not follow reason. For most of us, Eros is an archer. We feel penetrated by something outside ourselves, possessed by this alien desire. I can't help but wonder if what sex-negative feminists fear in sexuality is in fact Eros. Not just the physical penetration of heterosexual intercourse, but the emotional penetration of romantic love, and the loss of self-possession that comes with it.
None of them belong to themselves anymore. And the sickest part is, their genes tell them they're happy about it.
Telling yourself that everything you do is because of reason and logic soothes the anxiety of uncertainty, and it disguises the reality that none of us really have that much control over anything, not even our own desire.
Because ultimately, look, the universe and reality is rational, and there is an objective truth to what reality is. But what isn't objective, what is subjective, is our experience in life. That's not so much a rational process. You can apply reason to subjective experience. You can do that, and you can make rational decisions moving forward. But ultimately, it is a subjective experience to be a person, to be a human, to live life, to have feelings, emotions, and thoughts. Like, that is a subjective experience. And there's no objective way to experience. There's no objective experience being human. So when people sit down and they're like, oh, if you're a man, you have to be this, or if you're a woman, you have to be that, or like if you have a penis, you have to be a man, or if you have a vagina, you have to be a woman, and that's it. That's biology. It's like, that's just subjective. It is. It's and they think it's objective because they're like, oh, well, it's genes and it's chromosomes and it's this and that. But like, it breaks beyond the discussion of what gender is and into the discussion of what the fuck are we in general. Because we're not human. Yes, we call ourselves human. We are occupying these bodies, but what are we beyond the body? What are we beyond the ego? What are we beyond the thoughts that we think? All right? We're an eternal being. We're a soul. And that's the objective part. The subjective part is the lives we live and the characters we play. That could be any character, anything, anytime. And we all have to come to a consensus of what's safe to do and what's not. And what's not safe is to tell people that there is an objective way to experience life, and if you're not experiencing it in this objective way, then you're sad, you're sorry, and you should disappear, and we will destroy you. Okay? That's my problem with the whole anti-trans argument. It's not about the gender shit for me. It goes beyond that, and it's telling somebody else how to subjectively experience and saying that they have to have an objective experience, and if they don't, they're crazy. That's not true. Anybody who sits there and says you have to have this objective experience that I'm telling you have to have, they are the nuts ones. They're the ones that are nuts. They're the ones that don't know themselves truly, deeply, deep down inside. Anyways, moving on.
And isn't that the point of fantasies like Twilight? They make it feel safe to surrender to this frightening, overwhelming force inside us. I feel like the only reasonable view for radical feminists to take is that changing society will change sexuality. But instead, Sheila argues the opposite, that we should change society by changing sexuality, by abolishing it. Sheila is aware that most people can't freely direct their own sexual orientation through acts of the will. She even cites a feminist therapist who, quote, encouraged her clients to democratize their relationships. The couples kept returning to her with a new problem. They were unable to summon up desire. Love, yes, but not desire. I think many, even most people, find that equality, like wisdom, is not exciting. And Sheila's solution for these people is celibacy. So to recap, Sheila thinks that women should live in female-only communities where no one has sex, but everyone shares a kind of vague homoeroticism. And I feel like this type of utopia already exists, and in fact has existed for hundreds of years. It's called
nuns, bitches. Become a nun. Dude, nuns are so homoerotic. It's not even funny. They are so homoerotic.
Convent. Doesn't Sheila Jeffries want to be a nun?
This is where I belong. It's my home, my family. It's my life.
By the way, I love Sound of Music. I love Sound of Music so much. We were talking about guilty pleasures yesterday. Sound of Music is one of my guilty pleasures. I fucking love it. I have confidence in sunshine. I have confidence in rain. God, I love it.
She reinvented Christianity? Well, no. She's invented something worse. Because at least Christianity is honest about the fact that our will does not control our lusts.
You have to live the life you were born to live.
In mainstream Christianity, the idea that we can simply choose to live a sinless life is known as Pelagian heresy. This was refuted by Augustine, the North African theologian who argued that we all have lusted in our heart because we are of a fallen nature. We inherit the sin of Adam. We are stained from birth by the filth of concupiscence. And you might say, aren't you overthinking Twilight? No, it's the children who are underthinking it. Augustine's claim is that our will can overcome temptation with God's grace. But Christians do not make the psychologically batshit claim that we can consciously direct our lust toward virtue. Sexuality can be repressed or resisted, or it can be sublimated into creative or spiritual energy, but free will plays very little role in either love or lust.
Love and lust is a part of subjective experience. It's a drive. It's something that's just an archetype inherent in all of us to some capacity, and it varies, but it is something that is within our experience. And I do believe it's due to, at some point, we were all a network mind collectively as pure consciousness. We were all collectively together, still individual, but collectively together, united as if we were one. Still separate, but united as if we were one. And you have things like the birthing of the universe, the Big Bang, where all of reality, all of matter, all of everything, it shatters, it separates, it spreads out. Not physically spreads out, but, and the whole deep-seated drive for unity again through love and sex and this and that, I believe is that deep drive for us to return to the absolute, to return to the singularity, to return to unity and as one again. Not as two different beings, or one being that's split in two, but a being that is split and shattered into shards. That is my Neogenian thing. Oh, we're on another chapter. We're going to start talking about death. Yes, I have to pee again. I shall return. Pee break. Okay. Okay. I have to take my, I got like Afrin here, this nose juice stuff, this nasal spray. Hold on. Allergy season is arriving. Allergy season is upon me. I have allergies so fucking bad. Like, I'm surprised I'm not dead yet. Seasonal allergies, like to pollen and tree. Mostly trees. There's something about trees. I'm just fucking allergic to trees. And this time of year, the trees like to literally sperm and ejaculate everywhere, their pollen, and it gets in my face and my eyes and everything, and it strangles me to death. See, let's check in with the chat real quick. Let's see. Hey, Lucifer. That Sheila lady is just weird. She really does need to just become a nun. Laura says, if we didn't have sexual attractions, there would be no babies, for goodness sakes. I mean, yeah, because sexual attraction still is part of procreation. Even though some people don't have sex to procreate, they have it for sheer enjoyment, there's still an element of sexuality that does perpetuate the population. Macaroni says elderberry syrup is great for allergy seasonal stuff. You know, I actually tried local bee pollen, like bee honey, bee honey. What other kind of honey is there? But and I have mixed feelings about it because like there's not any like concrete studies to really back it up. Like there really isn't. However, I did find that and the key is it has to be local honey to you, because you're supposed to be eating honey from bees that are getting pollen from the area around you, so like you can build up an immunity. So I honestly like was really skeptical. Like I still don't think it like there's really any concrete studies that I found yet, but I did find that after eating the local honey for like after like a week and a half, I noticed I didn't really have to take any like Benadryl or allergy medication much anymore. So it's kind of interesting. It's like, I don't know if it's working or if it's like placebo or what, because there's not really any good studies out there on it. However, you know, I was very particular about doing local honey, and that kind of seemed to help. So we'll see. It's also very expensive though. It's like you get a tiny jar of local honey and it's like $15. It's like, good God. Mac says, I hope you don't mind if I call you Mac. But anyways, Mac says, it's ancient wisdom, not profitable to do studies. Yeah, well, I totally get that. It would be nice to have studies. I tried to find them because I'm like, no, this has to be a thing. Like, it makes sense, right? But there's like not really anything concrete, but people say it works. So what the hell? It worked for me. Anyways. Are we ready for another chapter?
So Sheila Jeffrey's feminism is actually more repressive than Christianity, because at least in Christianity, you get to talk about how sinful and wretched you are. My favorite activity. Part 5. Death. Sometimes late at night, I read Twilight and I wonder, am I prepared for death? Is anyone? I've argued that sex-negative feminists are wrong about psychology, freedom, and fantasy. But are they wrong about sex? Well, not entirely. It sounds like an extreme provocation when rad femmes say things like, attached to all forms of sexual behavior are meanings of dominance and submission, power and powerlessness, conquest and humiliation. But among theorists of sexuality across the ideological spectrum, there's a surprising amount of consensus on this point. Radical feminism's mortal enemy, Dr. Father, says, the history of human civilization shows beyond any doubt that there is an intimate connection between cruelty and the sexual instinct. Sexual, liberty.
From now on, I'm going to refer to Freud. I'm going to refer to Freud as Daddy.
Camille Paglia says,
you bang that up.
Point. Radical feminism's mortal enemy, Dr. Father, says, the history of human civilization shows beyond any doubt that there is an intimate connection between cruelty and the sexual instinct. Libertarian Camille Paglia says, all phases of procreation are ruled by appetite. Sexual intercourse, from kissing to penetration, consists of movements of barely controlled cruelty and consumption. In other words, there's a pretty wide consensus that human sexuality is, in fact, vampiric.
Human sexuality is, in fact, vampiric. Chat, thoughts? What do you think about that concept of human sexuality being in some way vampiric? Because, you talk about kissing, grabbing, holding, clawing, clutching. Like, it is like a consumption, right? Like, you're consuming. You're penetrating, you're using. Like, it is... That kind of makes sense. Like, in a way, it is kind of vampiric. Which makes sense why people love vampire novels. Max says it can be in that energy, but doesn't always, of course. But here's the thing. Like, sex doesn't always... It can be, like, mutual, but typically there is a sort of play in power. Like, it's something that is just kind of, like, natural within us all to some capacity for those who are, like, interested in sex. Mark says, I think the vampire is an enduring archetypal fantasy of the collective human imagination for a number of reasons. Sexuality is one component. What would you say is another component? There is something very interesting, and there is something to be said about the archetype of the vampire in general. A creature that longs to consume other humans. Well, that's what pretty much like this. I'm reading what Laura is saying. Says, I think it's about the dark side. That's what I think is like a lot of the shadow expression of humanity, when these sort of dark romances are written and these expressions in sexuality of sadism and masochism. This is part of humanity's shadow. And I think this is something important to express and study and learn and understand. Definitely not something to repress. It needs to be integrated into humanity better and evolved and put in places and expressed in places that are healthy. But ultimately, humanity has a dark side, right? Ultimately, humanity has a dark nature, a dark longing, okay? It happens when you watch true crime. It happens when you watch murder mysteries. It happens when you watch dark romances. It happens when you watch pornography. It happens when you participate in BDSM. There's something in humanity where we do like to express dynamics of power, violence, and sex.
That is, it's ruled by hierarchy, cruelty, and consumption. The real disagreement is about why that is and what we should do about it. Let's address the why question. Why is sexuality vampiric? The radical feminist response is because of patriarchy. Radfems argue
The patriarchy! It's all the patriarchy. Everything is the patriarchy. You know, to some degree, like, I definitely think that, like, everything, like, pretty much... And I have a friend, my beloved friend, whom I love, and he has a degree in, what is it? World communications or something. It's like a very weird degree. But anyways, it's a degree, and I'm like, what does that mean? Like, what do you mean? And he explained it to me. He's like, well, I have a degree in understanding why the world sucks and how the reason for the world sucking is because of white men. Like, how it's the white men's fault. Like, just, it's like there is, and he's a cool guy, right? Like, he's pretty chill, and he's not into any, like, online, so he has no life on the internet. So he's not into any of this woke, like, culture stuff or anti-woke culture stuff. He has no idea about any of that. But he has a college degree in how the world sucks and why it's white men's fault. And he agrees fully that that is the case. Not having anything to do with internet culture or anything like this, like totally living like a normal person's life off the internet, doesn't even know how to use his phone, like, and he's like my age, has no idea how to use a phone, how to download an app or anything, despite being in a generation that is tech savvy, agrees that to a large fucking capacity, it's like white colonizer issues that's dealing, you know, why the world has a lot of problems right now. Oh my god. You know, I got this like Coors Light and I'm like expecting to feel like zooted or something at least, but it's like drinking water. It's like camp water. I should have gotten better beer. Anyways. Yeah. Mark says, no classic vampire is a good German or a starchy English gentleman. Big noses, pointy ears, strange accents. There's a boatload of racial and ethnic stereotyping in it. Yeah.
Masochism simply mirrors the social reality of male supremacy, even when inverted in female dominance or when practiced by same-sex couples whom Radfems say are just imitating heterosexuality. And sure, I think patriarchy is largely responsible for default male dominance, but I think sadomasochism in general has roots deeper than political inequality. Let's start by thinking about why sexuality even exists in the first place. Why can't we just be normal?
Why, yeah. Why does, and even that, why does dark sexuality exist? Why does humanity have this thing about them where, like, sex and violence are, the boundaries between the two are blurred and they become intertwined in some cases? Like, why do we have that aspect about us? Why is humanity sexual? Why do we have that drive?
We can't be normal because we're not bacteria. We can't reproduce by mitosis. In the scene where Bella and Edward are first introduced to each other, they're in a science lab looking through a microscope at the stages of mitosis.
Prophase.
Metaphase.
Anaphase.
Now you could say that's just a coincidence, it doesn't mean anything. Okay, well, maybe everything's just a coincidence. Maybe nothing means anything. Maybe life is pointless. Asexual reproduction is fission. The cell duplicates its chromosomes and rips itself in half, creating two daughter cells. So what happens to the mother cell when it divides? Is fission death? Or is it eternal life? Well, it depends what we mean by death. I promise this is about Twilight. Wait for it. Death is the dissolution of the boundaries that define individual existence. Each individual thing is distinguished from other things by its edges: the membrane of a cell, the skin of an animal, the border of a country. In asexual reproduction, the life of the species requires the death of the individual. The mother cell must split to reproduce. Sexual reproduction also contains a paradox of life and death, but instead of fission we have fusion and fertilization, where two gametes merge to create new life. Sexuality also involves fusion at a social and emotional level. Your partner is your other half because in love, two people become one entity. The Bible says two married people leave their father and mother and become one flesh. Even if they don't biologically reproduce, the couple is a new social union that comes into being at the
Oh my god, I'm thinking about couples with joint Facebooks. Like the couple Facebook, or like the couple YouTube channel, or like the couple Instagram fucking account. Like, it's like two individuals, like, synchronize and become one. There's nothing wrong with that, of course. It's just like, it's an interesting thing where you have this union of opposites, essentially. A union in opposites is I feel like a bigger underlying sort of drive to human nature and just our nature as zetas, and entirely to try to find unity in oppositions in this reality.
Expense of their former family ties and of the boundaries that used to define two separate individuals. So love and sex create new life, but they also involve a kind of death. In 1912, the psychoanalyst Sabina Spielrein published a paper called Destruction as the Cause of Becoming, which sent Freud reeling into a thought spiral that led him to theorize the death drive. The question Spielrein wanted to answer is, quote, why does the most powerful drive, the reproductive drive, in addition to the expected positive feelings, harbor negative feelings such as anxiety and disgust? Spielrein is trying to explain the ambivalence, the element of fear and trembling in every sexual encounter.
Don't be a coward.
She sees the cellular merging of the two gametes, this creation of new life from the destruction of the parent cells, as an image representing the emotional conflicts of sexuality. Erotic love is always a threat to our sense of self, to our identity as a distinct individual.
Have begun to blur.
Is similar to the terror and awe of mystical experiences, encounters with God or psychedelic oneness, where you both fear and desire losing the edges of your ego.
Interesting! Because I totally experienced that as a Neogenian longing for the absolute. It's both a desire and a fear, because it is like a moment where it breaks the boundaries of the ego, and not entirely as in like I feel like I'm going to be an individual that's absolved into the blob of consciousness, but that I'm going to be dissolved in ego from this lifetime. Like, even though I know at heart, like, I'm a zeta and I'm just like, you know, an infinite being and like a soul and a consciousness, I still fear to some capacity losing this lifetime and losing the ego that I am now. Like, there's still that fear, but there's a desire as well to become more beyond that, to evolve and become more whole and return to the absolute, which I know is where I belong. I long to return to the place where I'm from. I think that's some sort of, it's like a quote from Beatrice from Dante's Inferno. Quote, from Dante's Inferno. I can't find it, but I swear it was like something like I long to return to the place I know I am from. Love which drives me and love which brings me here. Oh, I can't find that. Oh, where is it? Hold on. Yeah, I can't find it. God. Anyways.
In Saint Teresa of Avila's mystical encounter with the angel, she, quote, saw in his hand a long spear of
let's listen to Saint Teresa.
Encounters with God, or
listen to Saint Teresa, because this sounds erotic as fuck.
A psychedelic oneness where you both fear and desire losing the edges of your ego. In Saint Teresa of Avila's mystical encounter with the angel, she, quote, saw in his hand a long spear of gold, and at the point there seemed to be a little fire. He appeared to me to be thrusting it at times into my heart, and to pierce my very entrails. When he drew it out, he seemed to draw them out also, and to leave me all on fire with a great love of God. The pain was so great that it made me moan, and
God, that's hot. I'm getting hot just listening to that.
Yet so surpassing was the sweetness of this excessive pain that I could not wish to be rid of it. Now, the obvious atheist thing to say is that this is just like a repressed Renaissance woman getting off on Jesus. And yes, there's obviously a sexual element to this. But is that all? Couldn't it also be that both mystical and sexual experiences penetrate the edges of the self?
That's so profound. That's so profound. Both sexual experiences and mystical, like spiritual experiences, involve penetrating the edges of the self. Interesting. I like that.
Blurring the line between self and other can be ecstatic or terrifying, or both. It's like when you eat too many mushrooms and melt into the universal mind lattice. Whenever boundaries become unstable, a crisis of identity occurs. Xenophobic people experience
a crisis of identity occurs if you don't know who the fuck you are. If you know who you are as a consciousness, as a pure consciousness, you know, there you can still have elements of this being frightening, but that can be a really big staple for you, and that's something as a Neogenian that I highly encourage is knowing thyself as a pure consciousness, at least at the base, if none other.
Immigration as a violation of the nation's borders.
Build that wall. Build that wall. Build that wall. Build that wall!
It's a crisis of national identity they conceptualize as invasion. I think that paranoia about vaccines is of a similar type. The physical boundary of our bodies is our skin.
Let's see, Spectral Deviant says, so what I'm really wondering is, can light bodies have sex? So like if we evolve, are you saying if we evolve to a point where we are no longer occupying like human bodies and we are just like in the realm of like pure consciousness, like is there like a concept of sex there? Probably in some capacity that's much more than what we would understand it now, and probably much more elevated. In fact, us having sex and having those moments is probably all we can do to mimic what we truly desire in unity. That's just my personal theory.
Which is punctured by the needle. The government is coercing us into being injected, penetrated. It causes deep fears about bodily integrity that people rationalize with conspiracy theories. For radical feminist Andrea Dworkin, intercourse is inherently invasion. It's occupation, it's annihilation. Dworkin views penetration as an atrocity committed against women by men.
It is. Penetration An atrocity committed by men against women, or women. An atrocity committed against women by men. Penetration? Yeah, it's murder. You're stabbing him. You're stabbing. You're stabbing her. It's murder. It's stabbing her over and over. You're stabbing.
Tantamount to colonization and war crimes. I think she overstates the case somewhat. Is it really invasion if the invader was invited in? The argument is that women are coerced into consenting, that no woman would consent to intercourse without coercion, and you can decide for yourself if you find that empowering or extremely condescending. I think penetration can be reconceptualized as giving, as offering, as an act of service, but let's be honest, most of the time, penetration is associated with dominance. Don't men have sexual paranoias of their own? In romance, men fear viscosity, the overly attached girlfriend.
Oh, yeah.
In sex, men sometimes fear engulfment, devouring, castration, losing part of themselves in the woman, their precious bodily fluids.
Women sense my power, and they seek the life essence.
Not all fears are equally valid. I do think the penetrated partner is made more vulnerable in most cases, if I may adjudicate as the Tiresias in this debate. In both penetration and devouring, the boundaries between people are violated. Violation may be fundamental to sexuality, even when there is no penetration. Freud's partial drives, oral, anal, and phallic, all involve the movement of a substance into or out of the body. Simply the act of stripping naked destroys a boundary. And at the interior emotional level, desire is a wound. Subjectively, desire feels violating. Anne Carson says, "When I desire you, a part of me is gone. Your lack is my lack. I would not be in want of you unless you had partaken of me." The lover reasons. "A hole is being gnawed in my vitals," says Sappho. Theocritus says, "You have sucked my blood." This is why vampirism is a metaphor for sexuality in Twilight, and in most vampire media. In Midnight Sun, we learn what Edward is thinking next to Bella in biology, holding his breath to avoid, quote, "sinking my teeth through that fine, thin, see-through skin to the hot, wet, pulsing." There's a reason my books have a lot of innocence. Masculine and feminine sexual hazards are blended in vampires, who both penetrate you and devour your precious bodily fluids. They have an androgynous appeal. Both male and female vampires are capable of penetrating and capable of sucking.
You know, that's really to think about. That's really interesting to think about the concepts of vampires, whether it be a male vampire or a female vampire. They're androgynous in the sense that they're both the powerful figure. Thank you, Heretical Response. Oh my god, Heretical Response found the thing for me. So this is what Beatrice says, I think, to Virgil. If anybody's familiar with Dante's Inferno, where Dante visits hell and is guided by Virgil, there's also Beatrice, who is in heaven, but she comes down to, I think, there's hell, there's paradise, and then there's the, like, the middle one. Anyway, so she comes down to see, and she says this thing. She says, "I am Beatrice, who asks you to go. I come from a place I long to return to. Love moved me. That made me speak. When I am before my Lord, I will often praise you to him." So when I think of this, I think Beatrice is talking about love as a movement, as emotion, not love as an emotion itself, but love as the archetype and the whole concept of unity. Being at the point of absolute. She's speaking from the absolute. It's the absolute, the collective consciousness that has moved me and come here to allow me to speak to you. And, you know, she says, I come from a place, that place of absoluteness, and I long to return to it. And I think that is like the seed of all humanity's desire and longing to connect is coming from that place of unity and absoluteness and longing to return to it. Yeah, so Saint Lucia sent Beatrice to instruct Virgil to help Dante rediscover the right path from the dark woods. Interesting. Very good. Thank you so much, Heretical Response. I really appreciate that. I couldn't find it on the fly, but that's precisely like what I was thinking about, because that's also a very sort of tragic love story between Dante and Beatrice. If you've ever read Dante's Inferno. I do love that. I actually had the book somewhere. I don't know what happened to it.
It's probably one reason there's so many LGBT vampires, and lesbian vampires in particular.
Hold on, let me back up.
Lizards are blended in vampires who both penetrate you.
Wait, back up. So
learn what Edward is thinking.
We're talking about how vampires, whether they're male or female, it's kind of like androgynous because they're both in positions of power. So when you take that vampire like concept and apply it to like hetero or homosexual situations, it's kind of, I don't know, it's kind of this, there's no difference really. Like it's almost, it blurs the lines between heterosexuality and homosexuality. When it becomes to vampirism, it's like applicable to all.
Next to Bella in biology, holding his breath to avoid, quote, sinking my teeth through that fine, thin, see-through skin to the hot, wet, pulsing. There's a reason my books have a lot of innocence. Masculine and feminine sexual hazards are blended in vampires, who both penetrate you and devour your precious bodily fluids. They have an androgynous appeal. Both male and female vampires are capable of penetrating and capable of sucking. It's probably one reason there's so many LGBT vampires, and lesbian vampires in particular. The lesbian vampire is an oral sadist. For Freud, the oral stage is, quote, cannibalistic pregenital sexual organization. Here, sexual activity has not yet been separated from the ingestion of food. The sexual aim consists in the incorporation of the object. Adult sexuality develops out of infantile roots, beginning with the hunger for mommy's milk. Freud considers it an infantile regression.
Oh no, not Daddy again. Daddy Freud, tell us how it's due to mommy issues.
But I, for one, stand by the oral stage. I think it's a fine stage. Babies are little vampires. They drink sustenance from what they love. Vampirism is a subgenre of cannibalism, and cannibalism is usually connected in some way with the urge to merge.
I don't even know where you end and I begin.
Reddit user Susi Meme Bavaran explains, the thing about vor that appeals to me is the closeness and intimacy between the two parties involved. I mean, it's literally letting someone inside you. In a weird and abstract way, it's really cute. Think of it like cuddling taken to the extreme. Aww. These are not realistic cannibal fantasies. Most people into vor have no interest in literally consuming human flesh. But of course, there's always that one in a million psycho who takes things too far and ruins it for everyone. Cannibal lust killer Jeffrey Dahmer claims he selected victims based on physical beauty, killing and eating them, quote,
not because I was angry with them, not because I hated them, but because I wanted to keep them with me, possess them permanently. It was a way of making me feel that they were a part of me.
That's such a weird thing. Okay, I don't I'm not into serial killers. I'm not one of those like people who are thinks like serial killers are cool. But I find the way they think interesting. So I find that interesting in Jeffrey Dahmer saying, you know, like making it very specific that he didn't hate the people he killed. He wasn't angry with them. It's almost like he loved them so much he wanted to consume them. He wanted them to be a part of him. He had a very, very distorted sense of unity and a very distorted sense of obtaining unity with somebody else.
Male serial killers, they don't even make use of the skin. Even Dahmer's outlandish crimes are just a morally deranged enactment of totally commonplace erotic themes: possession, dominance, fusion, eternal life and death. French philosopher and pervert Georges Bataille says, quote, "The urge towards love, pushed to its limit, is an urge toward death." What does physical eroticism signify if not a violation of the very being of its practitioners? A violation bordering on death, bordering on murder. Love is fusion, and fusion entails...
Does sex and love border on violence and death? Thoughts, chat? Thoughts? Thoughts on sex and love bordering with violence and death?
Is a kind of death. Death and reproduction are deeply connected in human symbolism. Most religious traditions connect death to some form of rebirth, reincarnation, resurrection, rapture. Many people feel that having children is their path to immortality, and that's true in a way, but in another sense, you're raising the generation that will replace you. In literature and mythology, love often leads to death. Romeo and Juliet, Hades and Persephone, Tristan and Isolde, Madame Bovary, Anna Karenina, Jack Titanic. Shakespeare says, "Desire is death." The French call orgasm le pain quotidien. Twilight's epigraph is Genesis 2:17, "But of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil thou shalt not eat of it, for in the day that thou eatest thereof thou shalt surely die. The fruit of the forbidden tree brings lust and death into the world." James 1:15, "Then when lust hath conceived, it bringeth forth sin, and sin, when it is finished, bringeth forth death." Is there any other YouTuber who quotes scripture as much as I do? I feel like we're always cracking open the goddamn Bible. Well, crack open your Bibles. Romans 6:23, "For the wages of sin is death, but the gift of God is eternal life through Jesus Christ our Lord." So lust is death, sin is death, but the death of Jesus Christ is eternal life. Christians are united with Christ and incorporated into his sacrifice in the ritual blood drinking of the Eucharist. Sacrifice, desire, crucifixion, reproduction, death, and resurrection, all of these ideas are symbolically related in the Western imagination. And this is the network of associations Stephenie Meyer evokes in Twilight. Before her wedding, Bella has bloody nightmares anticipating vampire transformation and, I assume, symbolizing defloration.
Wedding jitters.
The marriage is violently consummated, leaving Bella bruised and instantly pregnant. The baby is a vampire sucking the life from her body. Childbirth is agonizing death. Has any other popular author ever dwelled so much on the violence of childbirth? Bella's body is destroyed, giving birth to Renesmee. The baby cracks her spine, it bites her breast, her baby-crazed sister-in-law performs a C-section without anesthesia. The book is even more graphic. Bella is vomiting blood, it's nauseating to read. Edward saves Bella by injecting his venom and doing chest compressions, which begins her excruciating transformation. Quote, "I wanted to raise my arms and claw my chest open and rip my heart from it, anything to get rid of this torture." So she suffers for 3 days on the slab, after which she rises, reborn as a vampire. Can you think of anyone else who died in agony only to be resurrected 3 days later? I'm coming up blank. I got nothing. For Stephenie Meyer, childbirth is crucifixion. It's death that gives eternal life. And if Twilight makes explicit some of the sadomasochistic subtext of Christianity, 50 Shades of Grey takes it even further. Christian's name is literally Christian. Anna is tied in cruciform pose while sacred music by Thomas Tallis plays. Anastasia is Jesus in this scene, like Bella is Jesus in childbirth. We're meant to understand that this is sacred pain, sacred sex, sacred
pain. I wrote a song called Sacred Pain. I actually have a song called Sacred Pain. Am I gonna promote myself here for a minute? Yeah, I am. Let me get the link. I wrote a song called Sacred Pain exactly about that concept. Oh, interesting. When you type Sacred Pain into YouTube, my song pops up. Let's see. Copy. All right, so here's my song called Sacred Pain if anybody wants to listen to that later or now. I don't care. Anyways, moving on.
Violence. Does Christianity have a sadomasochistic subtext, or does BDSM have a Christian subtext?
I love Vaporwave!
Take a hit, leave a comment. Either way, my argument has a lot of biblical support. In the book of Genesis, God creates the sex binary through the violence of fission. He takes the rib out of Adam and makes Eve. Adam calls her flesh of my flesh, bone of my bones. Then in marriage, the two sexes become one flesh again through the violence of fusion. Can we talk about the sanctity of sex and violence? I promise this is about Twilight. Okay, I'm not gonna go off on some wild tangent in a video about Twilight. Like eroticism, sanctity is a matter of boundaries. The sacred is contrasted with the profane. The word profane comes from the Latin profanum, meaning before the temple, outside the temple.
I like that. Profane comes from the word profanum, which means before the temple. I did not know that. I now love the word profane.
Temple. So the sacred is what's in the temple. It's what's set apart, as close to God or gods. Religion and ritual impose order on the world, creating distinctions between the sacred and the profane. It sounds weird to say that sex and violence are sacred, because aren't sex and violence the #1 things that religious people are always whining about? Well, yes and no. God said to Moses, "Thou shalt not kill." A simple commandment, the sort of thing you can carve in stone. Nevertheless, Deuteronomy 20:16 says, "In the cities of the nations the Lord your God is giving you as an inheritance, do not leave alive anything that breathes. Completely destroy them. The Hittites and the Amorites and the Canaanites and as the Lord your God has commanded you." Well, that sounds an awful lot like killing to me.
Laura says, can you play the song for us? I can. I didn't want to interrupt, our viewing time. I mean, I can if you want. I have to pee again. So, I mean, if you guys want, I'll play the song if you want to take a little intermission and like listen to the song. Or I can play it afterwards. I have to pee though, so tell me if you want me to play the song now or after the thing. All right. Now, I think Laura really wants to hear this. Okay, so I wrote this song. I think I wrote it like seriously like over 10 years ago. And I recorded it. I can't remember when I recorded the song, but I did record it in a studio with a producer, and it was like professionally like mixed and mastered. I feel a little silly. Like, I mean, like, so yeah, I'll play it for you now, but I do feel a little silly because I'm not trying to like toot my own horn or like heavily promote myself right now. But yeah, I did write a song called Sacred Pain, and I will let's hear it. Let's listen to it now. Want to hear it? Here it goes.
Last night, I had a dream that I made love with the devil. Slip into the sea of sacred pain. Let the darkness overwhelm you. You can pray to be abstained from pain, but the balance will remind you. Slip into the sea. Slide into disease. Slip into the sea. Slide into disease.
Here's where it gets good.
I wanna know what it feels like. I wanna know what hell feels like. Slip into the sea. Slide into disease. So slip into the sea. Slide into disease. Sacred pain. Let the darkness overwhelm. Slip into the sea. Slide into disease. So slip into the sea. Slide into disease.
Yeah, okay, so there you have it. There's my song Sacred Pain. You can find it. I have a YouTube channel that's just Jan Erickson. You can also search Faith Kills and enjoy the song there. Yeah, so and yes, it's been so long since I've made music, and I do have more music coming. I actually do have new songs coming. I'm not in the position where I want to announce anything yet, right? Like, I'm just going to kind of like drop it into your laps like, hey, here's some new songs. But I do have the music thing is still going. It's not something that I tried and liked and then like abandoned. Like I do enjoy doing music. It's just I've been focusing so much on this YouTube channel. Like, you know, I've put it to the side, but yeah, so there's my song there if you want to listen to it. And there's other music I have on that channel as well. If you want to listen to the rest of my music, you can please enjoy it there. So yeah, thanks for asking, Laura. Thanks for asking me to play it. I was just like really unsure. Like, I don't know. I don't want to like, you know, interrupt like what we're talking about and stuff, but you know, when Contrapoints said sacred pain, I was just like, I literally wrote a song about the concept of sacred pain, about pain. So the song for me, like when I wrote it, it was a time in my life where I was like experiencing depression and pain. And I had a philosophy at the time where I'm like, this is necessary for something. And not really that it has a purpose, but that I can make it a fuel for myself. I can make the pain a fuel. And it actually did. So the lyrics in the song I wrote, like in the beginning, I wrote, what was it? I had a dream. Yeah, so the first of the lyrics says, I had a dream that I made love with the devil. And I really did. That's kind of like where the song's inspired from. I actually did have a dream where I had like a very romantic, like lustful, sexual, passionate, like just sexy night with like the devil. It was like this demonic creature, but it was like a very impassionate, like very enthralling, like I really loved being ravished by it. And then I was also like going through some hard times, so I'm just like, just this concept of like giving myself to the devil, making love with the devil, really liking that, giving myself into sacred pain. And the key lyrics of the song, slip into the sea of sacred pain, let the darkness overwhelm you. Like, so it's just kind of like allowing myself to sink into that dark romance of psyche and embracing it and not fearing it anymore. So that's kind of like what that song is deeply psychological. It really is. And it really is. I really did have a dream where I made love with the devil. So that's kind of like where the song started. I'm like, last night I had a dream that I made love with the devil. That's the first line of the song. Like, slip into the sea of sacred pain. Let the darkness overwhelm you. Sleep paralysis. No, it wasn't a sleep paralysis thing. It was a very lucid dream. You know, it was a very cosmic archetypal dream. It wasn't sleep paralysis at all. I do have sleep paralysis, but it wasn't that at all. Anyways, thank you for listening to my music. If you want to listen to more, please subscribe. By the way, I will be reviving Patreon more, and I will be sharing more of like music projects and like art projects on there. So if you're interested. Anyways, shall we return? We're going to return now to our show. Let's go. Let's back it up a little bit.
Because aren't sex and violence the #1 things that religious people are always whining about? Well, yes and no. God said to Moses, "Thou shalt not kill." A simple commandment, the sort of thing you can carve in stone. Nevertheless, Deuteronomy 20:16 says, "In the cities of the nations the Lord your God is giving you as an inheritance, do not leave alive anything that breathes. Completely destroy them. The Hittites and the Amorites and the Canaanites and as the Lord your God has commanded you." Well, that sounds an awful lot like killing to me. A ding. I mean, it's only the book of Deuteronomy and we're already wiping out entire cities.
Kill everyone now!
So maybe the commandment, "Thou shalt not kill," only means don't kill Israelites. In fact, that is what it means. The Canaanites don't have a covenant with God, so fuck them.
Condone first-degree murder.
Those are like clips or like caps from so there's a movie called Pink Flamingos, and it's directed by John Waters, and it's one of my favorite movies next to Female Trouble. And if you haven't seen those movies, they're really crude. Like, you can't be sensitive. But Pink Flamingos is so fucking good. If you haven't seen it, I highly recommend. Next to Female Trouble. Mac knows what I'm talking about. Mac knows exactly what I'm talking about. Eggs, eggs, eggs. I want eggs. If you know, you know.
Killing
Oh, thank you, Laura. That's so nice of you.
Israelites is not entirely off the table either. For example, according to Leviticus 20:13, say it with me, if a man lies with a male as with a woman, both of them have committed an abomination. They shall surely be unalived. Okay, so no killing except the Canaanites and the gays. The exceptions are stacking. So the commandment isn't really thou shalt not kill, it's thou shalt not kill unless. Likewise, Leviticus 17 seems to prohibit the slaughter of animals unless you kill them sacrificially at the tabernacle in the sacred space. You know, Christians tend not to read Leviticus, but I do because I enjoy violence and I hate myself. Leviticus is also important context for the entire story of Christianity. Jesus is the Lamb of God that taketh away the sins of the world? What does that mean? What does that mean? It doesn't make any sense unless you're familiar with Leviticus and you understand that killing a lamb is a ritual of atonement. The tabernacle of Moses was like a goddamn shantytown slaughterhouse. The sacred barbecue. Sorry, I'm doing a lot of blasphemies, but frankly, I think
So she's talking about people in the past in biblical times doing ritual sacrifices of animals, which is like in itself death and violence, but it's for atonement. So let me back it up a little bit so you can pay attention to that.
Violence, and I hate myself. Leviticus is also important context for the
because like she's talking about, like, on the one hand the Bible says thou shalt not kill, but then there's so many examples in the Bible of where killing is permissible. So her point is like, oh, thou shalt not kill unless
at the tabernacle in the sacred space. You know, Christians tend not to read Leviticus, but I do because I enjoy violence and I hate myself. Leviticus is also important context for the entire story of Christianity. Jesus is the Lamb of God that taketh away the sins of the world? What does that mean? What does that mean? It doesn't make any sense unless you're familiar with Leviticus and you understand that killing a lamb is a ritual of atonement. The tabernacle of Moses was like a goddamn shantytown slaughterhouse. The sacred barbecue. Sorry, I'm doing a lot of
the sacred barbecue.
But frankly, I think God is bored with you people. I think he enjoys my innovative interpretations. A lamb had to be sacrificed every morning and every evening, in addition to all the sin and guilt sacrifices. When Solomon dedicated the temple, we're told he sacrificed 22,000 oxen and 120,000 sheep. Imagine the blood. Imagine the blood. The elevator in The Shining doesn't even come close. We can't talk about vampire romance without understanding the symbolism of blood. A paradox in Leviticus is that blood is both cleansing and unclean. We're told that menstruating women are unclean, a woman who gives birth is unclean, eating blood is forbidden. Sorry, vamps. But when a woman has been made unclean through the blood of irregular menstruation or childbirth, how does she atone and become clean again? Well, by sacrificing an animal and spilling its blood. And people have been trying to understand this paradox for thousands of years. I'm not going to pretend that I have it all figured out, but I feel like it has something to do with blood representing a transition between life and death. Leviticus 17 forbids eating blood because the life of every creature is its blood. Its blood is its life. When is blood spilled? When a child is born, beginning.
Is that why when, you know, like, Jewish people eat, like, meat, it has to be kosher? Isn't the thing about kosher is, like, the animal has to be drained of blood? What does it mean to be kosher? I don't fucking know. So for meat to be considered kosher, it must be slaughtered properly. For a mammal to be considered kosher, fucking go away. It must chew its cud? What the fuck? Oh, partially digested food and have split hooves. Oh. Cows and sheep, for instance, are kosher because they meet these two requirements. Rabbits are prohibited because although they chew their cud, they do not have split hooves. Inversely, pigs are prohibited because they have split hooves, but they do not chew their cud. Oh, that's just I don't know what that is. That's too much. That's like vegan level 5. No, it's not vegan at all, but you know what I'm saying.
Life, and when a lamb's throat is cut, ending life.
What a stupid lamb.
Could we say that blood is liminal?
Oh! I'm having a big oh moment, and I love this. Is blood liminal? Yes! Blood is a status between two states. Blood is totally liminal. It's totally... Wow! Loppy, my rational unicorn here. This is amazing. My rational support unicorn. Loppy, get yourself together. Okay. It's just a video. Anyways. Wow. Blood is liminal. That is probably one of the most poetic sentences I've heard in a while. Blood is liminal. Yes, blood is liminal. Interesting. Interesting.
It's super fun. It's liminal, it's uncanny, it's abject. Another explanation comes from Georges Bataille, who argues, quote, whatever is the subject of a prohibition is basically sacred. The sacred world depends on limited acts of transgression. So all societies have taboos, usually governing food, sex, reproduction, blood, violence, dead bodies, you know, the good stuff. Bataille's argument is that the
human stuff, death, rebirth, sex, violence, like love, hate, this is all so fucking part of subjective reality. And there's no objective, like, application to it as far as how people should live with it.
Taboo has exceptions, paradoxically permitted transgressions. And those permitted transgressions simply are the sacred. Thou shalt not kill unless. The unless is the permitted transgression, is the sacred. The commandment, thou shalt not commit adultery, could be rephrased as, thou shalt not have sex unless it's with the person who you're married to for the purpose of procreation or whatever it is you people do. Sex is probably taboo for the same reason that killing is. Rene Girard says sexuality is impure because it has to do with violence. Unregulated sex leads to abuse, seduction, assault, disease, parentless children, defenseless women, cheating, jealousy, rivalry, literally the Trojan War. And we could argue about how effective marriage really
Literally the Trojan War. Literally the Trojan War.
Is at preventing those things. But in theory, sex, like killing, has to be contained within the boundaries of the sacred, in this case, marriage. Bataille says the initial sexual act constituting marriage is a permitted violation. If sacrifice is sacred slaughter, then marriage is sacred sex. I wonder if a wedding is also a kind of sacrifice. It takes place on an altar, usually where sacrifices happen. Who's the sacrificial lamb? Well, I assume the bride. She's the virgin on the altar, at least the symbolic version. Twilight uses evocative imagery of red splashed all over white, purity and blood, life and death. People say your wedding is your first funeral. The bride is going to die to beget life. That makes her sacrificial, Christ-like. A wedding is a ritualized transgression of the—
That's interesting. Do you agree with that? Do you think in some senses, like, during a wedding, it's kind of like they walk up to an altar and there's this conceptualization of, like, something has to be sacrificed for there to be a union of two people, and usually it's the woman's virginity, the woman's purity, and the woman's, like, independence. That's what's sacrificed for in this, like, weird religious, like, traditional sense. I mean, not as far as, like, what you think marriage should be, but what it kind of is representative of at the moment in the traditional sense. Because I have to agree with that. Does seem like a sacrifice. It does seem like the bride is the sacrificial lamb. I've never thought about this shit before. This is why I love Contrapoints. Like, this is really interesting. Contrapoints to me is very thought-provoking. Like, I can't just, like, watch her videos. Like, there's just so much conversation I want to have around it. And that's why I have a hard time watching her videos alone, because I feel like I need somebody to just, like, pause and, like, fucking talk about this shit with. Max says, yeah, Groom 2 sacrificed at the groom party. Yeah, that could be.
The usual taboo on sex. And these dynamics of taboo and transgression make human sex and violence fundamentally different from natural animal sex and violence. I think it's wrong to conclude, as Paul Shepard does, that, quote, there is a danger in all carnivores, including humans, of confusing the two kinds of venereal aggression, loving and hunting. Human sexual aggression is not like animal predation. It's conceptual rather than instinctive. Bataille says, quote, the object some undiscriminating animal is after is not what is desired. The object is forbidden, sacred, and the very prohibition attached to it is what arouses the desire. The idea that the taboo creates the desire explains the element of profanation in sadistic fantasy. The word sadism is named after 18th century French author and sex criminal the Marquis de Sade. De Sade was convicted on charges of debauchery and immoderate
Marquis de Sade.
libertinage,
What a man.
and imprisoned in the Bastille, where he wrote 120.
What a man. So the 120 Days of Sodom, I haven't read it through and through, but I have read like a bunch of it here and there. It's really graphic, but it kind of like loses its luster after a while, and then after a while you're kind of wondering what the fuck he's like trying to convey psychologically, you know? Really weird. I don't necessarily recommend it, but it's an interesting read. 100 Days of Sodom, as he was in the prison of Bastille.
After is not what is desired. The object is forbidden, sacred, and the very prohibition attached to it is what arouses the desire. The idea that the taboo creates the desire explains the element of profanation in sadistic fantasy. The word sadism is named after 18th century French author and sex criminal the Marquis de Sade. De Sade was convicted on charges of debauchery and immoderate libertinage and imprisoned in the Bastille, where he wrote 120 Days of Sodom, a heartwarming classic beloved to this day by children of all ages. Debauchery and immoderate libertinage sounds very quaint, very charming, but let's be clear, de Sade was drugging and abusing sex workers. He tortured some folks.
We tortured some folks.
Gen Z is canceling the Marquis de Sade. Is nothing sacred? 120 Days of Sodom? I don't know if I can accurately summarize this book in a way that's even allowed on YouTube. I'll try. Four wealthy libertines imprison a group of youths in a castle where old prostitutes tell stories of every conceivable blasphemy, crime, and perversion.
And you did it at my birthday dinner.
Then the whole thing escalates into an orgy of, grape and unalivement. Still a better love story than twice. I'm bringing this up because de Sade illustrates Bataille's point that the transgressive is desired because it is forbidden. Personally, I don't find Sade's work sexy. If anything, it's funny, like in the way that John Waters is funny.
Advocate cannibalism. Eat shit.
Because comedy, like sexuality, relies on transgression. The things described in 120 Days of Sodom, like bodily fluids are excreted on a crucifix, which is then deployed in unspeakable acts of,
oh my god,
This is not natural animal aggression. When Sod's champion, Camille
That book really is like that, though. It's like somebody's like, I'm gonna ejaculate on a crucifix and then shove it up some, like, young woman's ass, like, unconsensually. It's like... and then somehow there's, like, a deep psychological, like, meaning to that. So you're just kind of like, okay. Okay, Marquis.
Talia says, nature's reality is Sodian, red in tooth and claw. This is a misuse of Sod's name, because there's nothing natural about 120 Days of Sodom. There is aggression in nature. Dolphins, for example, are sexually violent. Don't Google.
Oh, yo, if you want your image of dolphins to be ruined forever, yeah, you can go ahead and Google, like, what they're really like. Dolphins are awful. They are awful. Moralistically, dolphins are fucking terrible. They have gangs of males, and they'll, like, they will, you know, R-word and like, unalive other dolphins. They'll literally, like, R-word them to death. They'll, dolphins will bite the heads off fish and use them as fleshlights to pleasure themselves on. Like dolphins are fucking sick. And otters, too. Sorry to ruin your image of otters. But more commonly than not, grown male otters will R-word babies to death just so that they can end the life of the baby and procreate with the female to have their seed spread instead of the other. So animals are not nice. They're not moralistic. They're not nice, okay? Dolphins are fucked up, okay? They're really fucking mean.
You don't need this in your... Sod's champion, Camille Paglia, says, nature's reality is Sodian, red in tooth and claw. This is a misuse of Sod's name, because there's nothing natural about 120 Days of Sodom. There is aggression in nature. Dolphins, for example, are sexually violent. Don't Google it. You don't need this in your brain. But dolphins do not commit sex crimes because dolphins do not have laws.
In the criminal justice system, sexually based offenses are considered especially...
Only human violence is ritualized. It always stands in some relation to taboo, whether it's sacred permitted transgression or profane criminal transgression. Jeffrey Dahmer sketched a diagram of a shrine he was planning to create, an altar on which to display his victims' skulls. This is not animal predation. Lions do not build shrines for the skulls of the lambs. The element of blasphemy in Desaad is the most telling. In sadistic fantasy,
it is a very human characteristic to sort of ceremoniously paint killings and things like that as something, you know, like a worshipping nature. Animals don't do that. When animals fuck up other animals, they don't create, like, a ceremony and, like, a ritual about it, right? Like, only we do that. Only humans make it a more in-depth psychological thing. Dropping my snacks. Oh my god. What? Oh. I lost a whole piece of cheese on the floor. Damn it. I got my cheese and nut snack here. Damn it. Making a mess.
the sacred is invoked so it can be profaned. But Tai says, quote, beauty is desired in order that it may be befouled. The polluting or despoiling of beauty is a major theme in male-oriented smut films.
Why is that? In male-oriented smut films, why is it the defiling of something beautiful? It's like you see something so perfect, you're like, I have to destroy it. Me bobbing for snacks. Well, you know. Now my fingers are sticky. Hold on, I have to rinse them off. Hold on! Okay. All right.
There's a lot of fluids being, blasted everywhere. I think this is a real point of conflict within heterosexuality. A lot of women want to be intensely desired by men. A lot of women fantasize about being virtuosically ravished by men, but far fewer women swoon at the prospect of being befouled. I mean, some women do, right? For anything you can think of, there's someone who's into it. But feminine submissive fantasies, if anything, tend to sanctify sexuality. Before it was called 50 Shades of Grey, this Twilight fanfiction was titled Master of the Universe. Master of the Universe is not what you call a man, it's what you call a god.
What if God was one of us?
By submitting to a godlike man, the masochistic woman elevates herself, whereas a sadistic man elevates himself by putting down a woman. Masculine sadistic fantasy usually involves degradation and despoiling of the woman. Her beauty is a sacred temple that he profanes with his, in this case, not so precious bodily fluids.
We want to drench your angel wings that carry you to heaven with our sticky, gooey, disgusting.
So in a way, sadism and masochism are in fact not complementary at all. The philosopher Deleuze recounts a joke that tells of the meeting between a sadist and a masochist. The masochist says, "Hurt me." The sadist replies, "No." Christian Grey is not, as he claimed.
The masochist says, "Hurt me," and the sadist replies, "No." Interesting.
A sadist.
I get off on punishing women who look like you.
Like your mother.
He's a masochist's fantasy of a sadist. In reality, a sadist and a masochist do not belong together. The ideal pairing is probably two masochists who alternate taking the active role in masochistic play acting. You know what? Maybe we should abolish heterosexuality. I'm sorry, Sheila Jeffries, you were right. Let's return to our question from 3 tangents ago. Why is sexuality vampiric? Why is it so hard to make sexuality conform to humane political ideals of pacifism and equality? I think part of the answer is that sexuality inherently involves the violation of boundaries and the overcoming of barriers. Something has to rip the bodice, and there's a lot of bodices to be ripped. It's not just Freud's guilt, shame, and anxiety. It's not just Nancy Friday's lifetime of women's rules against sex. It's also the taboo against sex that allows society to function. It's the fear of reproduction and death, the fear of losing your identity and boundaries to desire and to fusion. All of this must be overcome for climax to be reached, and we can conceptualize the overcoming as a conquest or a surrender, but there is no pacifying the emotional experience of eroticism. It's conflicted by nature, bittersweet. Eroticism is a dialectic of life and death, love and hate, tenderness and violence, taboo and transgression, separation and unity. And that's why Edward Cullen is a vampire. The threat of losing yourself, of losing your boundaries, will always be a source of ambivalence, no matter how egalitarian or how permissive society's attitudes towards sex become. Sadomasochistic fantasy has psychological origins that cannot be fully explained by leftist analysis of social hierarchy, nor abolished by consciousness-raising or revolutionary action. Sexuality is not a pure, innocent thing that gets perverted by corrupt society. No, I agree with Augustine that lust is inherently perverted, and society's role is to channel it into outlets that minimize violence. And those outlets may include novels and movies and erotica.
Yeah, lust is just something, and desire, lust, and eroticism, and sex, and all these things is just kind of something we can't really apply reason to it. It's very subjective. And the best we can do is create outlets that are healthy to express those things. And like she's saying, in novels and movies and erotica fan fiction, like this is shadow expression at the fucking core. This is shadow expression. This is exactly what Neogenians strive for, is shadow expression in the healthy ways so that we can continue to evolve and become more than we are right now. We shouldn't be living in this world where it's sex and death and things like that is so overwhelming that we fear it. It should be something that we overcome and integrate within us, as a part of us, as our shadow.
And problematic ships, none of which are to blame for perverting sexuality. These things are an expression of something turbulent within us, which for me is symbolized by the sea, the inherently erotic sea. Why is the ocean inherently erotic? Well, because of the rhythmic expansion-contraction cycles of her wave motion, yes, of course, but also because she's mother, because she's life, she's birth, she's death. She's the primal horror of horrors and the sweet womb of Mother Night. She's erotic because she beckons, and we come. Stephenie Meyer is of course aware of all this. Maybe not consciously, but it's all there. It's all in Twilight. Edward and Bella's ecstatic union takes place where? In the sea.
I think that's interesting to think about, because I'm not a fan of Twilight, but if you think about it in this context, Twilight is just an expression of Stephenie Meyer's shadow. So if you read it, it's kind of like reading her personal diary. That's interesting. I kind of want to go back. I kind of want to read it now with that in mind.
As Emily Dickinson said, rowing in Eden, ah, the sea, might I but moor tonight in thee. Penetration! I know what you get up to, Emily, and I'm reporting you to Sheila Jeffries. Part 6. Identity. I'm once again wearing an evening gown at home in the middle of the night to film a YouTube video by myself. Well, I do it for you. The longest Twilight book is Midnight Sun. This thing
So we are on our last chapter at this video.
is like a blunt weapon. Midnight Sun is the book that retells Twilight from Edward's perspective. Here's a question. If the wish fulfillment fantasy element of Twilight relies on readers identifying with Bella, why would Stephenie Meyer rewrite it from Edward's perspective? Why would Snow Queen's Ice Dragon copy Stephenie Meyer yet again, rewriting 50 Shades of Grey from Christian's perspective? Well, because she's a hack who likes money and wants to wear Stephanie's skin. But a lot of Twilight fans actually wanted Midnight Sun. Why? Why would you want to spend 800 pages inside the head of the world's most dangerous predator? Well, let's maybe put it this way. When you were a kid, what was the most popular week of programming on the Discovery Channel? Kelp Week? Sardine Week? No, f***ing Shark Week. Why? Because sharks do murders.
I'm the world's most dangerous predator.
Humans are attracted to predators because we're attracted to power. And we're usually attracted to power not because we're masochists who want to be preyed upon, but because we want to be powerful ourselves. It's what philosopher Frederick Knudsen called the will to power. We're attracted to predators because it flatters our egos to recognize part of ourselves in sharks or cats or wolves, whereas prey animals Calling someone a sheep or a pig is usually an insult. In my video on envy, I argued that people resent power. Actually, that's a pretty terrible summary of that video. Just go watch the video. And there's a usually right-wing version of this argument that says we live in a victimhood culture where all discourse is grievance, privilege is despised, everyone rhetorically positions themselves as the innocent lamb, Christ on the cross, I'm so oppressed. But resentment is just frustrated will to power. It's derivative of the will to power. You hate it cause you ain't it. And resentment hurts. Envy is the sin that gives no pleasure. So usually, the path of least resistance is to feel powerful by identifying with power. Why do poor, downtrodden people support rich, powerful politicians? It's not just because they see themselves as temporarily embarrassed millionaires. It's because people identify with politicians they support, and that makes them feel powerful vicariously. Why are so many weird nerds ready to die in battle for Elon Musk? Isn't it because they identify with him, and so they feel that his power is also theirs? They're like the boy who resolves the Oedipus complex, his feelings of rivalry and jealousy toward his father, by identifying with his father. For similar reasons, women sometimes identify with male predators. In the 1980s, California—
Yo, what? Sometimes women identify with male predators? I got a lot of hums with this.
California was terrorized by—
Let me back it up.
The boy who resolves the Oedipus complex, his feelings of rivalry and jealousy toward his father, by identifying with his father. For similar reasons, women sometimes identify with male predators. In the 1980s, California was terrorized by Richard Ramirez, aka
Oh
the
my
Night
God,
Stalker,
Richard
who
Ramirez!
brutally murdered at least 13 people. Fangirls and crime groupies adored him throughout the trial.
Richard Ramirez was, he was a terrible fucking serial killer, and it's like this thing. I'm picking my nose. I really don't care. But like, there's this weird thing where some women are really infatuated by serial killers, and I think it's in some essence they strive to live vicariously through that power, even if it means being subservient to that power in some case. Because a lot of these women that are infatuated with serial killers, in their fantasy, they imagine themselves being a sort of chosen one, right? It's like you're the one that the serial killer will spare. Much like in the story of Twilight, where Edward wants to kill Bella, but he's restrained because he loves her, and she loves that.
With one admirer eventually—
What the fuck? So I think it's definitely, there's some essence in some women have this drive to become the chosen one of problematic men with power. Because in some way that probably gives them power in itself. Max says, sucking up to the demiurge archetype. Not literally, but in some way.
With male predators. In the 1980s, California was terrorized by Richard Ramirez, aka the Night Stalker, who brutally murdered at least 13 people. Fangirls and crime groupies adored him throughout the trial, with one admirer eventually marrying him. Many such cases. Ted Bundy also married one of his fans. Jeffrey Dahmer got lots of fan mail from women who thought they were attracted to him. Ramirez himself offered a—
You know, it's so weird with the like thing where women were really attracted to Jeffrey Dahmer, because Jeffrey Dahmer was into men. He killed men. He was gay. Like, it's so weird to like think about women who are like infatuated with him, like imagining being his victim or being his lover when like he was just not. I mean, other serial killers, I guess I could kind of get that, but like with Jeffrey Dahmer, like that man, he was straight up into men. Like, he killed black men primarily.
him. Many such cases. Ted Bundy also married one of his fans. Jeffrey Dahmer got lots of fan mail from women who thought they were attracted to him. Ramirez himself offered a theory about his appeal to these women, saying, quote, "I think the girls are attracted to me because they can relate to me." I think that's essentially correct. Attraction to serial killers is based on identification with the criminal. These women are not masochists who want to be victims. They're aspiring to be the final girl, to vicarious power. In her book Savage Appetites, Rachel Monroe says of serial killer groupies, quote, "In a world where masculinity meant power and power meant violence, some women would always opt to align themselves with that violence and exert their own perverse power through love. It was a way to feel special, chosen, but it was an ugly kind of special, tainted with other people's pain."
Yeah, that's exactly what the fuck I'm saying. It's a chance, like, when women love men in power who are violent, it's this fantasy of they're going to be the special chosen one that gets to live vicariously through that man's power. It's a very weird dynamic, but people love to do that. Should we judge? Not so much, as long as it's, you know, purely in fantasy. But I do have high criticisms of women who are infatuated with serial killers. I do have very large criticisms about that. Perhaps in a fantasy, when you're reading a novel like Twilight, like, exploring your passion that way. But when you explore that through literally, like, fan mailing a serial killer, I think you've crossed the line.
In 2018, a small publisher told Rachel, "We used to do zombies and vampires, but that's going nowhere. It's all true crime now." Has true crime replaced the vampire romance? If so,
Yeah, I think so. True crime replacing vampire romance? Yeah, I think so.
I think that's unfortunate, because Jeffrey Dahmer has real victims and Edward Cullen does not. I feel like this
Yeah, Jeffrey Dahmer has real victims. That's what I'm saying. When you're infatuated with a character that's like Edward Cullen, who's a vampire, it's a fantasy of a serial killer, that's one thing. But when you're infatuated with somebody like Jeffrey Dahmer, there's real victims involved. So what is it you're literally idolizing and living vicariously through power over other people by ending their lives? Like, literally. But when you do it in a fantasy, it's much different there, okay? Because vampires aren't real.
is an area where fiction is superior to reality. Whenever I finish one of my serial killer research binges, I'm always left with a feeling of disappointment. These are men with something less, not with something more. What we really want serial killers to be is Hannibal Lecter. Powerful, glamorous, artistic, and deadly. He combines the power of raw animal aggression with the power of sophisticated, civilized culture. That's why he's daddy. True crime is Shark Week for grown-ups. We are transfixed by the beauty of power and the power of beauty. And in case this needs to be said, the desire for power is a facet of human personality that is not going to be solved by lesbianism. As if lesbians never desire powerful women. As if no gay woman has ever wanted mommy to step on her. Like, come on, pay attention. But it's true that for most women, identifying with power means identifying with men. For most of history, merging with a man has been many women's only plausible path to power. Traditional marriage—
Oh, merging with men is women's only identifiable plausible identity to power. Merging with men is woman's way of gaining power. Which, you know, it makes sense as to why they do that, but it's like, you don't have to do that, right? You can obtain power in your own individual way. So it highlights a problem there. It does. There's a lot in fantasy writings, in movies, in novels, in literature, in stories of women kind of eventually merging together with sort of dangerous and powerful men as a way for them to vicariously or in some way obtain power themselves. I think that highlights a problem in humanity. And it also paves a way for women to obtain the liberty that they seek. And not necessarily through what's-her-face, who says that the only choice there is to choose to be a lesbian. But it highlights an interesting point, right? Very interesting. I feel, a lot of this video kind of leaves me with more questions than it does, like, answers. But I like that because it's very thought-provoking.
Strongly incentivizes women to identify with their husbands and enjoy his power vicariously. As a 1966 Supreme Court opinion put it, though the husband and wife are one, the one is the husband. Most married women still take their husband's surname, symbolically subsuming her identity into his. On the altar, Isabella Swan becomes Mrs. Edward Cullen. She is he. Now, even if it's anti-feminist for a woman to fantasize about obtaining power by merging with a man, it still has to be said that this is not really masochism. It's still a kind of power fantasy. Masochism would be if in Breaking Dawn, Bella just gets eaten by the vampires. The end. But that's not what happens. According to StephanieMeyer.com, Breaking Dawn's cover is a metaphor for Bella's progression throughout the entire saga. She began as the weakest player on the board, the pawn. She ended as the strongest, the queen. Likewise, 50 Shades of Grey concludes with Christian's admission that Anastasia is topping from the bottom.
You're topping from the bottom, Mrs. Grey. But I can live with that.
Isn't that the fantasy? That it's really the woman who controls male power, who's topping from the bottom? I think some degree of male identification is a normal part of women's experience. In Wuthering Heights, Catherine says, "I love him because he's more myself than I am. I am Heathcliff." Ursula K. Le Guin says, "I am the generic he, as in, a writer knows which side his bread is buttered on. That's me, the writer, him. I am a man." Men are viewed as default, and women tend to be fluent in adopting a masculine.
So I mean, if women in this sense are identifying with the masculine and male role, I feel like that highlights like the essence of unity within humanity, as in like we all see a part of ourselves in somebody else, and that we are more multifaceted in our personalities and in our egos than we realize.
Perspective.
It makes me sad that when a woman writes a book from a woman's perspective, pretty much only women read it, whereas I read books written by men about men's perspective all the time, and this could be why men don't think they understand women, because you don't read our perspective as much as we read yours.
This is relevant to understanding Twilight as fantasy, because if readers are identifying with Edward rather than Bella, then this isn't female masochism, is it? The reader isn't being dominated by Edward, because she is Edward. On this interpretation, romance fantasies with an alpha monster hero are simply vicarious power fantasies. But to reduce the reader's experience to male identification is also too simple. I've been sitting in front of this fruit tart for 40 minutes. I'm gonna start eating it. It's happening. In her essay, The Androgynous Reader, romance writer Laura Kinsale argues that romance novels have nothing to do with women's relationships with actual men, but rather, quote, the whole adventure is an interior one. Romance fantasy, then, is basically a psychodrama between different elements of the reader's own personality.
Interesting, because like at that point it's more of like a collective like experience, even though it's involving like two sort of like components. You still identify with both the submissive, the dominant, the monster masculine, the innocent feminine. Like you're identifying with both oppositions and sort of synchronizing them and integrating and uniting them within yourself. Interesting. I think I'm thinking about romance novels much more differently now, as more of like observing an interplay of my own inner opposites rather than examining it as like a worldwide issue.
Quote, romance reflects the exploration and reconciliation of male elephants Are you fucking kidding me? Romance reflects the exploration and reconciliation of male elements within the female reader. The romance hero represents the reader's animus, the man within, her aggressive, adventurous, masculine side. So unlike the strict subject-object dichotomy Laura Mulvey describes as the male gaze in cinema, the female viewpoint in romance is inherently gender fluid. Kinsale says, quote, "It is myopic to believe that just because the reader is female, she is confined to the heroine's character. The female reader is the hero, and also is the heroine as object of the hero's interest. The heroine in a romance novel is not a character the reader identifies with, the way you might identify with a superhero in some aspirational way. Instead, the heroine is a placeholder for the reader, who both identifies with the hero and wishes to be loved by him."
Every girl projects their own personalities onto her, so it was weird playing the part because I didn't feel like it was a big departure. There was no distinct character I was playing. I was really just this girl.
This makes sense in light of the way the Twilight fandom reacted to Kristen Stewart in the role of Bella. Kristen Stewart was widely hated in the role of Bella, I think in part because fans of Twilight didn't view her or Bella as an ideal they could identify with, but rather as a kind of rival. In the book, Bella is described in a mildly depreciatory sort of way. Clumsy, ordinary. This makes her not enviable, and therefore not an intimidating rival. Many critics find Bella to be bland, but her blandness is part of the appeal. It suits her role as placeholder. And then Kristen Stewart ruined everything by being gorgeous, how dare she? So let's contrast the difference between two fantasy structures. The gender fluid identifications of the feminine romance fantasy versus the subject-object splitting of the male gaze. John Berger, who coined the term male gaze, says, "Men look at women. Women watch themselves being looked at. The surveyor of woman in herself is male, the surveyed female. The male gaze exemplifies what we could tentatively call a masculine fantasy type, where you identify with a masculine subject, desiring a feminine object. And in the feminine fantasy type, identification is split between the desiring masculine subject and the feminine self as object of desire. So you simultaneously identify with Edward and you imagine yourself as the beloved object of Edward's desire." A distinguishing feature of the feminine beloved fantasy is that, in a sense, the object of desire is yourself. This has led some people to conclude that—
So a lot of like these romantic fantasies is just a way for you to dive in and express and under a permittance, like it's sort of like these romantic and dark sexual fantasies in a way give you permission to feel the way you truly feel inside, as somebody who you truly feel like you are somebody to be desired and you want to be desired, and you express that through indulging into these romantic fantasies, even if they are dark and chaotic. Interesting.
Feminine fantasy is essentially autoerotic or narcissistic. De Beauvoir says, "In solitary pleasure, it may happen that the woman splits into a male subject and a female object." She describes a female patient of psychoanalysis who said to herself, "I'm going to love myself," or more passionately, "I'm going to possess myself." Margaret Atwood says, "You are a woman with a man inside watching a woman. You are your own voyeur."
Interesting! This is so applicable to like recognizing that you are a pure consciousness, right? And you are like sort of playing a character, but it kind of comes back to that feeling of being absolute and being synchronized with others, in the sense that you recognize yourself within other people. You are a woman with a man inside watching a woman. You are your own voyeur. So when you consume these sort of dark romantic fantasies, you do identify with like the monstrous, like dominant male figure. Like that is a part of you. That's something inside of you, right? Which is interesting because it's like women don't really get to express that or feel that unless it's through the situation where they imagine themselves simultaneously becoming the desired object of that part of themselves. So it's almost like women in a way are societally discouraged to truly love themselves, or anyone really, like any person, man, woman, trans, non-binary, whatever. It's almost like it's only permissible to experience desiring yourself in a fantasy where you can identify with both parties. I hope that makes sense. There's some interesting conversation and thoughts going on here.
There definitely is an autoerotic aspect of feminine fantasy, though I think it's unfair and stigmatizing to say that narcissistic love is specifically feminine. Like, think about the masculine concept of a trophy wife. Is that not erotic narcissism? A man wants a beautiful woman because of what having a beautiful woman says about him. Or a pickup artist who wants a high body count because that inflates his ego. Freud says that ego is the original reservoir of the libido. There's an awful lot of narcissism to go around. Now that I think about it, there's many kinds of narcissistic love. There's I love that you love me. There's I love what I see of myself in you. There's I identify with you and love myself as the object of your love.
I think I'm definitely guilty of some of this kind of love. I love other people when I see myself in them. But I don't think I would have ever considered that narcissistic, but I guess it is in a way. Like, I identify within you and love myself as the object of your love. That I get. Interesting. But is it narcissistic, though? Is it narcissistic, or is this just a sort of a way to describe coming into union with the collective before we have the words for it? Like, so far we can say maybe it's narcissistic, but perhaps it could be something much more when we say, like, I love what I see myself in you. Is it really? I don't know. I guess we have to have this conversation, like, are we thinking about this in terms of, like, from the ego, or as like a very, like, avatar perspective, like in your body, in your ego, or are we thinking about this in more of like a absolute perspective, in the collective perspective? Because in a collective perspective, when you say I love what I see of myself in you, or, you know, I identify myself within you and that's why I love you, I recognize you as me, like, I think in the absolute sense that's more appropriate, like that's more of like the direction you want to go. But when it comes to the egotistical sense, like when it comes to the ego sense, like the very avatar approach, the very in your body ego self, that is narcissistic, and that probably doesn't work. So a very interesting gray area there when it comes to like Neogenian parallels.
I love what having you says about me. It's like when Bella shows up at school for the first time with Edward as her cool new boyfriend, proving to everyone that she is cool too.
You know, everybody's staring.
It's totally gorgeous, obviously, but apparently nobody here is good enough for him.
But Bella is good enough for him. She has what everyone wants.
Even though she's not the captain of the volleyball team. I'm just kidding. Or the president of the student council.
Half the feminine fantasy is loving yourself through the eyes of the hero. So the more powerful and esteemed the hero is, the more elevated the woman becomes as his beloved. And you may as well shoot for the moon. Darcy is one of the richest men in England. Edward is a, quote, godlike creature, a perpetual savior, the world's most dangerous predator. Christian Grey is master of the universe. I feel like this grandiosity compensates women for being stuck playing second violin. The escalation into theology is just the inevitable conclusion. Saint Angela of Foligno claims Jesus told her, "My daughter and my sweet spouse, I love you so much more than any other woman. I'm not like other girls in the eyes of God." In Harry Potter fandom, there were these women called Snape wives. Why is it always Harry Potter? Can we do one video without talking about Harry Potter, Snape wives believed that Severus Snape was a literal god with whom they could have a personal erotic relationship on the astral plane. In her seminal paper on Snape wives, Zoe Alderton quotes a Snape wife who claims that
there's women out there that literally believes in like an essence of Snape, Professor Snape, Snape wives, Snape what? The Snape wives, also known as Snapeists, are a group of women in Harry Potter fandom who believe that they channel Severus Snape, allow his spirit to inhabit their bodies and speak to him, are engaged in romantic relationships with him, and see him as a vital spiritual guide for their daily lives. They practice Snapeism, a religious movement centered around Snape. They believe Severus Snape is not simply a character in Harry Potter books, but an omniscient and immortal deity, and in fact believe that the books were written because J.K. Rowling was channeling Snape. I am shooketh. I am speechless. I did not know this was a thing. I've heard of, okay, so you know what's so weird? I had a friend once upon a time. She's not my friend anymore, but she got involved with a group of people on the internet, and she got into this situation where she truly believed that she was talking to a vampire, like a real vampire. And I think the vampire went by the name Lucifer, and she truly believed that it was like this principle, like it was like this essence, this embodiment, and this channeling through this man that she was talking to. And she truly believed she was talking to like a vampire named Lucifer. Or no, Lestat? I can't remember. But it was so odd when she was explaining it to me, and in my head I'm just like, you're crazy. Like, I'm sorry, honey, like you're crazy. But this reminds me exactly of that. Like, she was like head deep into this cult of just like, yes, I am talking to this vampire, and yes, I have like spiritual sex with this vampire, like astral sex or whatever, and I'm channeling and embodying this thing. Like, people are fucking weird, yo. I'm down for shadow exploration. I'm down for having weird fantasies. I'm down for being into weird fantasy shit. But there's a line, right? Like, there's a line. Like, I get really deep into, like, some dark fantasy stuff. Like, I love Phantom of the Opera. I get really deep into that. But, like, there's a line, right? I'm like, this is, like, fantasy. Like, I'm not actually channeling the spirit of the Phantom of the Opera. I feel the archetype of that character deep within me. I feel that archetype. I identify with it heavily, but I'm not channeling it, right? Like, I'm not channeling a fucking archetype.
Severus Snape would use her husband as a... Snape wives believed that...
Let me back this up with the Snape wives.
In Harry Potter fandom, there were these women called Snape wives. Why is it always Harry Potter? Can we do one video without talking about Harry Potter? Snape wives believed that Severus Snape was a literal god with whom they could have a personal erotic relationship on the astral plane. In her seminal paper on Snape wives, Zoe Alderton quotes a Snape wife who claims that Severus Snape would use her husband as a vessel during the physical act of love, so that while making love to her husband, she felt that she was metaphysically making love to her lord and master Severus Snape. And it seems like Snape was chosen because these women identify with him, for the same same reasons women have always identified with Jesus, because he has relatable feminine-coded trauma, abused, humiliated, penetrated even in the case of Jesus, but he also happens to be the God who loves you. It's like a fantasy of being Mary in the Pietà, the feminine urge to be daddy's mommy. So if you take the feminine beloved fantasy to its extreme, this is what you end up with. Narcissism escalated to theological proportions. And if you take the masculine lover fantasy to its extreme, you get objectification to the point of predation. This desire to pursue and possess that can get a little Jeffrey Dahmer, a little Ted Bundy. Now, every generalization about gender and sexuality is an overgeneralization. And I've been calling these two fantasy types masculine and feminine because that's how most people recognize them, but now we need to question the assumption that lover equals masculine and beloved equals feminine.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Like too often, and we talk about this in Neogenian concepts all the time, we have these archetypes of masculine and feminine, and we don't deny those. We don't throw those away. We don't crumple them up and throw them in the trash bin. But we don't think that's the end all and be all of oppositions, of objective forces in life, right? It's kind of all we have to describe these things so far. That's all we have to describe the shit so far. There is recognition to oppositions in reality, but are they really masculine and feminine? So let's talk about the concepts of binary masculine and femininity right here. Let's back this up. Everybody lock in and pay the fuck attention. Pay attention!
Is an overgeneralization. And I've been calling these two fantasy types masculine and feminine because that's how most people recognize them, but now we need to question the assumption that lover equals masculine and beloved equals feminine. This assumption is part of DHSM, default heterosexual sadomasochism, and it's oppressive and imprecise, and I hate it. Both straight and gay people frequently conflate the dyads masculine-feminine, top-bottom, dom-sub, lover-beloved. And again, I really want to emphasize that masculine-feminine refers to gender expression. Top and bottom are sexual positions. Dom and sub are roles in a power dynamic, and lover and beloved are relationship roles that correspond to different ways of structuring desire. The lover is captivated by beauty and pursues it. The beloved either desires the desire of the lover or narcissistically enjoys themselves as a beautiful object, as that which is desired and pursued. I don't buy the anatomical destiny argument that says that men naturally pursue because their anatomy is pointed outward, and women are narcissists because their anatomy is pointed inward. Like, do men not have holes? Do men not have holes? Do women not have external anatomy of their own? You can be a feminine top, or a masculine submissive, or even a dominant bottom. The lover fantasy structure does not inherently take a feminine person as the beloved, but DHSM is so prevalent that it's easy to make this mistake. I'm sure you can find examples of me doing it. Like a lot of trans women, early in my transition, I brought a lot of misery on myself by unconsciously assuming that woman equals submissive equals attracted to men. Which, no, this is cringe and homophobic and misogynistic. Stop it. I forgive myself because this prejudice is extremely prevalent. There are even sophisticated theorists of gender that slip into this. Even Simone de Beauvoir, still one of the best commentators on gender ever in my opinion, makes this mistake. She says, quote, "Man with his hard muscles, his scratchy and often hairy skin, his crude odor, and his coarse features does not seem desirable to women."
It's desirable to me. Please, daddy.
And he even stirs her repulsion. If the prehensile possessive tendency exists in women more strongly, her orientation will be toward homosexuality. So she's conflating femininity with the beloved, and just assuming that women are not actively attracted to coarse, hairy men. Simone, that's just the lesbianism talking. And I mean, same, But this is our emotional bias. There are absolutely people, some of them women, who go wild for hairy, smelly, masculine bodies. It's like their entire thing. In fact, I can name at least 3 people who are attracted to men. Now, it is interesting to ask, what is left of femininity when you separate it from its associations with submission, passivity, and the role of the beloved, that which is desired? Is femininity just an aesthetic? I think gender expression is not just aesthetic, it's style. And style is more than aesthetic. It's a way of doing things. Like a dominant woman can be a daddy dom or a mommy dom, depending on how she styles dominance. We can maybe say that femininity is a stylization of the female, and masculinity is a stylization of the male. DHSM is bad, first because it treats as equivalent all these dyads that are not even necessarily correlated. And second, DHSM is bad because it doesn't recognize the versatility that is possible within each dyad. DHSM assumes that in every relationship, one partner has to be the man, wear the pants. And it also assumes that top-bottom, dom-sub, lover-beloved are fixed binary roles, which is just not true. In fact, I think it's often dysfunctional to split sexuality in half this way. Like in a common heterosexual dynamic, the man desires the woman's body, and the woman desires the man's desire. I think this is dysfunctional because in order to maintain the separation where he is the subject and she is the object, the man has to degrade and objectify the woman. But the woman's ego is wounded by the degradation, so in order to compensate, she has to imagine that instead of the mediocre schlub she's married to, she's instead surrendering to the master of the universe, her lord and savior Severus Snape. I've noticed that even conservative straight people reveal at times a repressed longing for versatility. Like so many straight men who complain about male loneliness and involuntary celibacy seem to think that reverting to traditional gender roles will solve their problems. But
I need another drink. I'll be right back. Oops. It's getting late.
if you really get into it with these men, it's often clear that what's really eating them up inside is that they've never felt desired by a woman once in their entire lives. What they want is to feel desired.
Interesting. Men also want to feel desired. It's not just women.
There's some part of them that wants to be the beloved, but they don't have the words for that. It doesn't fit into their idea of masculinity. The traditional gender roles they want to return to assign the beloved role to women. And so many men feel that masculinity requires them to be dominant and in control all the time, but that's unbalanced. You know, learning to enjoy submission builds character, and it's a valuable life skill. Don't we all have to surrender in the end? Likewise, a lot of women yearn to explore the more active, virile side of sexuality. In her book, Girls Who Like Boys, Lucy Neville argues that male-male erotica, boys love, slashfic, yaoi are very popular among women, in part because they make more room for versatility and fluidity than heterosexual conventions will allow. This channel is a Fujoshi safe space. I see women's sexual identification with men, whether in slash fiction or mainstream romance that includes a male perspective, I see it as disproving a basic assumption of DHSM. If women were just submissive by nature, why would they sexually identify with men to this extent?
Interesting. So perhaps the seed within the submissive is dominant, and perhaps the seed within the dominant is submissive. Does the dominant actually truly desire to be submissive, and the submissive truly desires to be dominant? If the submissive wants to be dominated and pretty much commands to be dominated, is the submissive not dominant in itself? Does that make sense? The seed of the one thing is inside of the other. Much like the, that peace sign or whatever.
Even Stephanie Meyer's heterosexual World of Innocence has its subversive gender-fluid elements. Edward Cullen, while in some ways a typical lover, father, god figure of feminine fantasy, also has an alluring, demure, feminine appeal. He sparkles, he glowers. Sometimes he needs rescuing. Don't women sometimes want to pursue and enjoy a beautiful person's body?
Yeah.
Bella clearly does. In Breaking Dawn, Bella as a newborn vampire becomes stronger than Edward. It's even implied that she becomes the dominant.
It's your turn not to break me.
Top Bella is canon. I rest my case. So if even something as conservative and thoroughly heterosexual as f***ing Twilight contains a quiet but persistent protest against DHSM, then maybe DHSM has got to go. Now I don't think abolishing heterosexuality is realistic. I would bet a lot of money that for the foreseeable future, most men will continue to be attracted to women and vice versa. And I've also argued that sadomasochism is here to stay. Some people may find it easy to embrace a tender, egalitarian sensuality, but I think for most people, versatility is as close to sexual equality as it's possible to get. The receiver becomes the giver, and the giver becomes the receiver, and it all balances out. I'm not saying that perfect equality is possible, there's no sexual utopia on the horizon, but equality through versatility is an ideal we can strive for. Like American democracy. You know, it's a thing we say we believe in, and God bless us for trying. For me, versatility is less about some ideology of sexual Maoism that says we have to abolish all hierarchy. It's more just that I think we all contain masculine and feminine potential within us.
We all contain masculine and feminine potential within us. That is so important. Like, we all have those dynamics within us. All of us. No matter who we are, what our genitals are, or what our chromosomes are, we all have the ability to be masculine and feminine.
And it's more satisfying to express both. Unlike bourgeoisie and proletariat, or colonizer and colonized, I see masculinity and femininity as a duality inherent to human existence. This, by the way, is why trans women and feminine men are not appropriating womanhood. Woman is not an ethnic group, and masculinity and femininity belong to all humanity. Now, am I saying that gender is binary? No. Gender is not a binary in the sense of 0-1, but a duality in the sense of yin-yang. Yin and yang are interpenetrating opposites that constitute each other. There is no yang without yin. Giving implies receiving. There is no doer without a done to. There is no top without a bottom. Yin and yang consume each other. As darkness grows, light shrinks. They transform into each other. Night becomes day, day becomes night. They are infinitely divisible. Yin contains yang, yang contains yin. Men contain femininity, women contain masculinity.
And I think it's very, I think it holds humanity back when we put this idea that women should be behaving a certain way as submissive roles and men should be behaving a certain way as dominant roles, when within each of us contains masculinity and femininity. And those things, although they are in a way oppositions, like they're opposites, but really they're like both sides of the same coin, right? So where we think there's a binary there, there's really not. Because one can exist with the other, and both often in humanity and socially and politically, they have moments of merging.
Comes night. They are infinitely divisible. Yin contains yang, yang contains yin. Men contain femininity, women contain masculinity. And you can keep subdividing and transforming. There's femme tops and mask bottoms, there's power bottoms and service tops. Femininity is supposedly passive, but isn't there activity in such feminine gestures as inviting, seducing, exhibiting, demurring? Receptive is a better word than passive, because receptivity can be its own form of activity. Pseudo questions like how many genders are there, or slogans like 2 genders, or even the well-intentioned idea that gender is a spectrum, I see all of these as symptomatic of a misunderstanding of duality. Yin and yang mean dark side and light side. There are 2 genders in the sense that there are 2 sides of a mountain, the sunny side and the shady side. There's still shade on the sunny side and light on the shady side. Depending where the mountain is, the shady side might become the sunny side. There is no shade without light, so in a sense, the binary is non-binary. In a way, it would be equally true to say that there is one gender, the human gender, that has been split into 2, into 3, into many. Because yin and yang are mutually dependent, they're both a duality and a unity, yin-yang. Now you might object, won't this sort of thinking turn us into a nation of cucks? Are you trying to destroy masculinity? Are you trying to destroy the West? No, I'm not trying to cuck the West, okay? I'm not trying to turn anyone into cuckolds. I'm trying to bring the West into harmony with the Tao. Is that so wrong? Is it possible Twilight isn't even about romance? Could this all be an allegory for a more spiritual quest? If a romance novel dramatizes the internal struggle to integrate the masculine and feminine elements of ourselves, then Bella and Edward are not just characters, they're projections of our—
I gotta rewind that because that's so fucking good. Like, you gotta lock in and listen to
destroying
this.
masculinity? Are you trying to destroy the West? No, I'm not trying to cuck the West, okay? I'm not trying to turn anyone into cuckolds. I'm trying to bring the West into harmony with the Tao. Is that so wrong? Is it possible Twilight isn't even about romance? Could this all be an allegory for a more spiritual quest? If a romance novel dramatizes the—
A romance novel dramatizes the internal struggle of unionizing and integrating both your masculine and feminine qualities. Holy fuck, my mind is blown.
internal struggle to integrate the masculine and feminine elements of ourselves, then Bella and Edward are not just characters, they're projections of our inwardly conflicted nature. The predator and the prey, the lion and the lamb, the lover and the beloved, how can these be reconciled? In the last chapter of Breaking Dawn, Bella opens to Edward not only her body, but her mind. Edward's vampire power is that he can read minds, but Bella's is that she can shield herself from other powers. It's because Edward could not read her mind that he fell in love with Bella, because desire needs a boundary, it needs separation. But at the end, Bella says, "I knew my shield better now. I understood the part that fought against separation from me, the automatic instinct to preserve self above all else."
Because the seed of desire and sexuality and consumption ultimately leads to the yearning to the absolute, to integrate with other people, to become whole with others.
And she begins to lower her shield, letting Edward into her mind. Simone says, the supreme aim of human love, like mystical love, is identification with the loved one. When all barriers fall, the two become one. As their minds begin to meld, Bella thinks, we continued blissfully into this small but perfect piece of our forever.
This is integration. This is integration. This is the union of opposites within yourself. This is so fucking Neogenian. I just want to scream with excitement. Like, this is the idea of unionizing the masculine and feminine qualities within yourself. This is integration. This is shadow work. This is things we should be thinking about within ourselves. This is perfect. This is mwah.
Now you could call that cheesy romance writing, but sometimes you get out of art what you put into it. So I prefer to see Twilight as a bold statement about the paradoxical equivalence of love and death and immortality. The end of separation is the end of desire. It's life, it's death, it's unity. It is the absolute. It's perfect. Forever.
Wow. 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 Wow, wow, wow. the whole end of the shrubbery maze of this is it's just the concept of unionizing the opposites and integrating your shadow. And, you know, this is so fucking fascinating. In fact, I kind of want to watch like the Twilight movies, and I kind of also want to watch 50 Shades of Grey with like all of this in mind, because it's like it kind of brings a new light to like these taboo romances, like these romances that were like, no, you can't think that way. It's like, is this really a representation of what people want as a relationship, or is this a representation of the inner opposites within yourself? Like, this is, yeah, Flower Dragon says it's also a foreshadowing to the Omega point. It is! That's kind of like been my whole point in like bringing the Neogenian parallel to this whole fucking thing, is that this is all foreshadowing to like the desire to become whole, to become absolute, to become a network mind, to connect with others, to come back to that absolute status. It's fucking fascinating. It's really good. Oh my god, we've been live streaming for 4 hours. Holy fuck. Oh my god. That's so fucking nuts. So, anyways, it's 9 o'clock. We've been streaming for 4 hours. I think let's call it a night. But what do you think about streaming on Saturdays? Do we like streaming on Saturdays? I think I might stream on Saturdays more, but not on the Saturdays that the Neogenian Oculus is going live. Like, perhaps I'll start going live on Saturdays, except for the night that the Neogenian Oculus goes live. And the Neogenian Oculus is going to be going live next week, next Saturday, I believe, on the 16th. So that's going to be really exciting. I'm looking forward to that. So what do we think? Should we do Saturday streams? Should we stream on Saturdays too? Friday and Saturdays? Sounds like a good idea. Saturdays, maybe we can do more fun stuff, or just do more like philosophy things. Loppy. We got our rational support unicorn. Our rational support unicorn here, Loppy. Can't we have both? Yeah, I'm saying, like, I'm thinking about live streaming both on Fridays and Saturdays, except for Saturdays when the Neogenian Oculus goes live. We like our rational support unicorn. We love Loppy. Loppy's in the chat. Loppy's in the chat for Loppy, our rational support unicorn. And yeah, if you want to go back and listen to my song, here's that. Here's the link to that. If you want to go back and listen to the song I shared earlier, you can do that. Heretical Response says, I learned dolphins are evil. They are. Oh, you think I'm a great musician? Oh, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. I don't have the self-esteem to say I'm a musician per se, but like, I really appreciate that you say that. Thank you. Yeah. I do have more music coming in the future. I'm just, I'm taking my time with that. Thank you, Heretical Response. That's very nice of you. I really appreciate that. Hey, shout out to our moderators. We had everybody visit today. At some point, all the moderators popped in. We had Susan, Philip, we got Cassie, and we got Elise and Mark. Thank you all, our beautiful moderators who come and keep the place peaceful and watch over us. What are the new emojis? Okay, yeah, we have 2 new emojis. So we have the dunce cap. We have the dunce cap for when we don't like somebody or we hate somebody, or if somebody comes into the chat that's an idiot and a troll, we send them the dunce cap. And then we have the anti-mint emoji, because I hate mint and it's just more of like a niche, like inside joke. So you can just use that whenever. But like the dunce cap, I love. Like if we ever get a troll in the chat or somebody who's being an asshole in the chat, just like send them the dunce caps. Like just flood the chat with dunce caps. Or if we're covering somebody who's like a bigot or a transphobe or something, we just like spam the dunce cap. Toothpaste ice cream. Yes, Fachita. I don't like toothpaste flavored ice cream, okay? I hate mint desserts. Dunce cap SCOTUS. Yes, Mark. Mark gets it. Mark gets the dunce cap. I love the dunce cap emoji. It's honestly like my new favorite, dunce cap. It's perfect. Anyways. Hey, I appreciate you so much. And thank you so much, Halloween Mom, back here for gifting memberships. That's really lovely of you. Thank you so much. Laura says, now I can't wait to see a troll. I know. Now it's exciting. Now we want trolls. We'll get them. But like just, the dunce cap is perfect for that. Just like you don't even have to like interact with trolls. If a troll comes in and says something that's stupid, you don't even have to reply to that like with any sentences. Just send the dunce cap. Like we'll just dunce cap them until they leave. Like, we're gonna troll the trolls with the dunce cap, right? If a troll comes in, we're gonna troll them with the fucking, like, dunce caps. No, there's sound heretical response. I think something's wrong on your end. Heretical is the dunce right now. Lovingly, the dunce. We lovingly dunce heretical response. With love. We dunce you with love. Anyways. Hey, I gotta go. I'm tired. We've been live streaming for 4 fucking hours now. And I think it's time to go. So, hey, if anybody's joining Morg's live stream on Monday, I'll see you in the chat. I'll be there moderating. And I'll see you there in the chat. So we'll see you on Monday if you're going there. Until then, you know, have a good night. Have a good Sunday. Please rest. Take care of yourselves. Be healthy. Be well. Sleep well. All right? I love you all. And I appreciate you all so very much. And thank you so much for having a Saturday live stream with me. Our first Saturday live stream. We'll have more in the future. All right. Love you all. Good night, honeys. Sleep well. All right? Kiss, kiss. Mwah. Mwah. Mwah.